Good morning and welcome to Sefton Park for stage 2 of the British Athletics Cross Challenge series. Scott Eburn and Rosie Timlock on commentary for you today, and we start things off in around about 8 minutes time with the European men's short course relay trial. It's 1.5 kilometres, it's a 1500 metre race across the mud and grass, and we cannot wait to bring that to you. Plenty of action for you across the morning. The first couple of hours are absolutely jam-packed. These two short course relay trials kick things off in the men's and women's. We then work our way through the age groups with the under 11s, the under 13s and then the under 15s, and we have a combined under 17 and junior women's European trial at 12:05 in just over an hour and a half's time. Rosie, lots to look forward to today though.
Absolutely, I can't wait to get going. It's going to be brilliant, especially as we approach those European trials. And the short course relay, what a way to start the day off with those trials.
Yeah, it gets a little bit chaotic as they come around the final bend up this finishing straight, but we will see a big sprint finish. This home stretch will be jam-packed in a very short time. This is the start list for the men's short course relay trial. It is only the top one that automatically qualifies. The next is down to the selectors' discretion. The relay team at the European Cross-Country Championships in 2 weeks' time in Brussels, made up of 2 men, 2 women, 1.5 kilometres each. So we've got Dan Bevington, Tyler Billiard, Harry Cox, Tiernan Croken and Ian Crowright as well. Keep an eye out for him. Tom Dodd and Adam Fogg as well, the Coventry Diver Harrier from Coventry to Australia to the US and back to Liverpool. Be interesting to see how he fares. Josh Lay as well, bit of a late entry into this one. At his absolute best would make this team, but is he on fine form today? James McMurray in there as well alongside Alex Malloy. Cambridge athlete, had a great season so far. Last couple of athletes making up that field. We will see them on the start line very shortly. That race due to start in about 6 minutes time. I'll bring you the start list for this women's relay trial as well. Kate Axford, what a story for her. From hockey, very talented siblings in the hockey world as well. Now transitioning to the track and cross country, won the Loughborough International earlier this year. Sarah Calvert's in there too, Lauren Church, Lily Hawkins and Hannah Irwin. She won the elite mile at the Cardiff Cross Challenge around about 2 weeks ago, so keep an eye out for her. She'll fancy her chances, has been building nicely, but she's also down for the senior women's race, so a chance for her perhaps across the short distance if she chooses to compete. Kaya Malanga as well, a Hearts of Phoenix athlete, did well here last year, had a great summer, running sub 2 minutes for the 800 metres for the first time. Holly Archer as well, at her absolute best. You'd expect her to make this team, but what sort of form is she in coming into this one? Anybody that you fancy for those 2 races? Only the top one, Rosie, that will automatically qualify for the team.
It's going to be a brilliant watch. I think Holly Archer, of course, like you said, in top form. You'd expect her to make this team. She has just come down from Font Romeu a couple of weeks ago, so it'll be interesting to see how that altitude training stands her, if it stands her in good stead moving forwards. Saskia Millard, of course, one to watch. She does have that turn of pace. She was 3rd at the Bucks Indoors last year and 8th at the Bucks Cross in Wales, so we do know that she is versatile. But again, it would be fantastic to see her form as she moves across. And of course, Kate Axford, like you said, what a story. Gold in Mansfield just a couple of weeks ago on the 4th of November. And that former hockey story, that she's done several articles coming forward with Trackstar, I believe, was one of the most recent, talking about how athletics is just as much of a team sport as hockey. I think it's very interesting insight and very true.
I've actually interviewed both her brother and sister, who for the last 2 years have both been player of the match in the Bucks Big Wednesday hockey final. Charlie and Maddie won it, both the titles for University of Nottingham in 2 consecutive years. So let's see if Kate can win here today. That might be a good story.
Yeah, just a bit. Not a bad sporting family over there for the Axfords.
Not at all, but she might need those elbows from the hockey pitch out on this course. It's fresh out there. Been a cool morning, probably the first frosty morning we've had around the country today.
Yeah, very, very cold, especially up in the north in Liverpool. That ground will be pretty solid from the frost. It'll be thawing out pretty rapidly though as these athletes start to make their way and tear up the course over this next 1.5 kilometres.
I'll just have a look across this lineup to see who has actually turned up. Whilst we have the start list, the entry list, it doesn't necessarily mean they're here. Third in from the left, that is Adam Fogg from Coventry Godiva Harriers. He's around 3:35 this year, fresh off the plane from where he's based over in the US, part of the Under Armour team.
In the middle of your picture is Tyler Billiard, of course from Birmingham Uni, training up there at the minute. He's in great form, had a good run out at the Elite Mile in Cardiff just a couple of weeks ago, so it'll be interesting to see what he can do here in Liverpool.
And just jammed in the middle, just to the left of the picture, 3012, that is Josh Lay. Again, not necessarily had the best of years this season, but at his absolute best, a real firecracker of an athlete over the 1500 metres. So here we go then, getting things underway. Towing the line for the first race of this British Athletics Cross Challenge from Liverpool, Sefton Park, under some glorious sunshine already this morning. A chance to make the British national team at stake. And away they go. Well, 1500 metres, these men will know what their personal bests are. Some of them in this lineup, very quick indeed. Josh Lay 3:36, Adam Fogg 3:35. Who is coming into this with freshest legs? Winter training only maybe 6 weeks deep for some. How much has that had an impact? Have you managed to keep the speed? Because you do need it. They are blessed, of course, on this short course relay trial that the course is still firmed up at this point. It will get absolutely churned up down this starting straight in the next couple of hours.
The athletes staying as a nice group at the minute as we're in the very early stages of this 1.5 kilometre course. Taking the first corner, things look a little bit crowded up at the front, a few elbows coming out there.
Tom Dodd of Birchfield is just in there as well, in that black strip. Next to him in the purple, the taller figure of Adam Fogg as well. Josh Lay just tucking in the middle of this field at the moment. On the inside in that green strip there is Josh Lay.
Things still staying quite bunched together, a little bit of shoving around that second corner, maybe stringing out just a tiny bit. Athletes still seem to be quite happy just to sit in and wait for now.
But it is only a really short loop that these athletes have to run. Bit of an uphill climb, and it is Fogg and Lay at the front, the two figures that fastest on paper in terms of 1500 metre personal best, but that does not necessarily translate when you're running this across the grass and the mud. If you want to know where we are, we do have our map just at the top right hand corner of the picture. A little white camera shaped dot is the direction of our shot, and you can just see they're just on the climb at the moment, meandering their way around, and all of the crowd just starting to jump and weave between the barriers to try and find their way through and dart over towards that finishing stretch. That's the fun of cross country, one of the races you have to run after to keep up to date with it. So it is Adam Fogg that leads. Dodd just on his outside shoulder in the black at the moment. There he is, 3009. 3002, that's Tyler Billiard from Great Yarmouth at the moment. Josh Lay just in fourth, but Fogg leading at the moment. They're all still bunched. It is close at the moment. Nobody really out of it in its current form. Joe Tuffin just around about 8th at the moment from Birmingham Roeheath as well. They just start to weave their way. They're going around that D part of the course and will head down past the start line, which is to their left hand side, to the right of picture at the moment. Fogg in the purple is there, Lay is there. Fogg now maybe just starting to take a long break for home.
Looking like Adam Fogg is trying to pull away now. We have got the rest of the field in his wake. We'll see how big that gap is in a second if he's managed to pull away. Looks like the pack may have reeled him in again slightly there.
Well, it's sometimes deceptive with these head-on shots. Josh Lay is just on the inside in 3012. Dodd is in the middle in the black of Birchfield. Fogg in that Under Armour purple strip, and Dodd now just starts to get an edge. Things are starting to wind up as we're 3.5 minutes into this race. They know it is only the top one. You don't want to try and break too soon. This tight bend that will come round in a second is very sharp, and you have to keep your wits about you. It is too easy to trip and fall, and the crowds are starting to combine around this finishing stretch. It is Dodd that leads. Lay on his outside shoulder. Fogg is still within touching distance. Malloy is there as well, as is Billiard, just in around about 5th at the moment. Where's this sprint finish coming from? Dodd is charging for home. Who's going to come out on top here? Lay is still there. This is great from him. Only ran 3 races this year. Streaking away down this home stretch. Lay has the edge, digging deep, grinding those teeth. Dodd is fading backwards. Fogg can't get on top. It is going to be Josh Lay that books his spot on the plane to Brussels for the European Cross Country Championships, and he's had such a tough couple of years. That will mean so much to him to make that team. Fogg in the end just coming through to take second. That puts him in a good place to make up the rest of that team, but he will have to wait and see what the selectors say. And Dodd in the end just tripping across the line. He can't quite believe it himself. He is still there, just being picked up by one of our officials. Well, he's got a lot of autumnal leaves surrounding him, but yeah, what a race that was, what a finish. What
a race. Hopefully a nice soft landing for him there. Unfortunately, it's never nice to see an athlete fall on the line, and the women are off. We are back into the racing action straight away on the women's short course relay trial.
Well, a bit of a smaller field than we've seen in the men's race. Some of the names in there: Hannah Anderson, Kate Axford, Sarah Calvert from Scotland, Niamh Carr, Lauren Church, Lily Hawkins, Emma Howsham, Hannah Irwin, just trying to spot whether she's in there at the moment. Looks like she isn't, so we expect to see her as part of the senior women's long race later on. Just sitting at the front at the moment, we have plenty of athletes in and around it. Ellie Leather is there from Team Bath, 3028, just outside of her Kaya Malanga in that red strip of Hearts Phoenix. She is really one to watch. We know what she can do in the Belgrave strip just on the outside. That is Kate Axford as well.
Another tight corner as they come up on that first bend. You see Holly Archer maybe getting a little bit boxed around that first bend, struggling to get out maybe. But it's been a very, very fast start for the women as they come round, heading back down through that field towards through towards some more slightly wooded areas of the course.
Well, we've got Ellie Leather just sitting at the front in there as well. Lauren Church, Molly Archer just on that inside. Well, it's close as it stands at the moment. Nothing really to read from these early exchanges. Kai Malanga just in the red vest to the far side of this leading group is well placed at the moment. Saskia Millard around about fourth.
One to watch, definitely. Saskia Millard, like we mentioned earlier, has got that turn of pace, as she's shown with her Bucks Indoors medal over the 3,000 metres. Holly Archer maybe not quite as near the front as we'd have expected to see. She has claimed after her trip to altitude she's not feeling quite as good as she may have hoped. Don't think she got the result in Cardiff in the Elite Women's Mile that she was looking for. So hopefully we'll see her come back through, but she seems to be struggling a little bit, dropping off the back of this pack.
Well, Kai Malanga, she of course won this race 12 months ago with a massive sprint finish down the home stretch. She knows what it takes to get the job done, and there was nothing really to choose between Reve Walcott-Nolan and Kai Malanga last year. Hannah Nuttall was in third last year as well, so different type of field. Bethan Morley of Leeds City at the front in that blue and yellow strip at the moment, just side by side with Kai Malanga. Kate Axford is there, just on the outside, that blonde haired tall figure on the right hand side. Can she get amongst it? How close can she push it? She got that gold medal as part of the Belgrave team in the National Cross Country Relays just over 4 weeks ago.
We can see the course as well starting to get a little bit muddier, tearing up slightly as they come through that slightly more wooded section. The ground beginning to thaw. It is going to be very muddy for our later races.
Well, at the front, Morley looking composed at the moment. Axford is there just in third. Malanga leaving a small gap between her and Morley at the moment. You don't want to do that. It just makes it so much harder when you're coming down that home straight. But they're into the final 300 metres or so really now. A look on the outside shoulder of Morley. Axford looking strong now, just surging onto the shoulder of Kaya Malanga, who will fancy her chances to make this team here.
It's going to be between these three, it looks like, at the moment. Not far to go now, so they're not going to want to let that gap to Bethan Morley grow any more than it already has done. We'll be coming around to the top bend very, very shortly. Very tight hairpin turn as we head down into the final straight.
Well, Morley from Malanga, that gap just closing slightly. It's tough when you can hear the athletes breathing and charging behind you, but Morley now starts to swing those arms and stretch those legs. Malanga, we know she has this massive sprint finish we've seen throughout the track season. Has she got it again here? Maybe just too much for leather to be able to claw back at the moment, but there is Bethan Morley at the front. A look from her shoulder again. She knows this is in the bag. She's going to make the British team for the European Cross Country Championships. This is a fine run from Bethan Morley. Wouldn't have been one of the favourites, but she would have backed herself, and that is paid off here. She takes the win at the Liverpool Cross Challenge. She will book her place on the plane to Brussels. She can't quite believe it. Kaya Malanga in second, Kate Axford coming through for a well-deserved third place. The sprint is on for fourth, but what about that run from Bethan Morley?
A fantastic run from Bethan Morley. Like you said, not one of the favourites coming in, but a great run nonetheless. Timed it absolutely perfectly, with Kaya Malanga just letting that gap grow a little bit too much as they were coming back up towards into that hairpin turn. Just a little bit too much work to do, but a fantastic run, and a great run as well from Kate Axford coming through in third.
Well, I don't think Morley can quite believe it, can she? What a performance. We will see her on the plane to Brussels. The rest of that short course relay team will be decided over the coming days. The team announced on Tuesday, but Morley knows that she is already heading to Brussels. Next up on the programme, you can see the metrics have changed slightly. This is the under 11 boys. They do one short lap, 2 kilometres for them, scheduled to go off in around about 4 minutes time.
No, they're all running, so basically what will happen is you'll get people who do laps walking around.
So the under-11 boys race about to get underway. It's one short lap and the finishing straight. Plenty of the Merseyside strips and colours there as well. 252 on the entry lists. We'll see how many end up taking part. Mix of different primary schools and people taking part in the British Cross Challenge as well. This is where you need strong elbows and shoulders on these start lines.
Yeah, you definitely develop some sharp elbows as a junior on the cross-country start lines. You can't make your way through without them.
Got to be done, and then the officials just try and weave their way through to a barrage of elbows, and off they go. Oh, we've already had one faller. That's an experience.
It is. You're not a true cross-country runner until you've fallen on the line, but these under-11s are away very, very quickly.
Well, they have absolutely no fear at the front, just in the middle of that taller figure 139. That's Ronan Penny of Black Horse Hill, just settling into his rhythm. Bobby Hughes of Brookdale in there as well. Joe Harvey.
Looks like Lucas Winfield as well from Liverpool Harriers in the yellow vest, currently setting into about third place.
Well, Seb Palmer there in the 312 strip of Wolverhampton and Bilston have had some really great youngsters coming through the cross-country scene over the last couple of years. Just out the front though, way in ahead, that is Blake Birchall from Harmony AC. So he seems to be careful at the moment that he doesn't burn too much energy in these opening couple of 100 metres.
Blake Birchall did win the East District League in October, so he is familiar with being at the front of the pack. Hopefully he's not gone off too fast in these very, very early stages. The sheer volume of feet over this course for the next 2K will start to mud it up nicely for the oncoming races in our jam-packed schedule from now until 2:05 with the senior men later on.
Well, it's the small pitter-patter of these strides that really start to churn it up, and it makes it all the more challenging, but it does make it a bit easier for those that make the British team for the European Cross-Country Championships. Often the course just that little bit firmer than we maybe experience in our very wet winters here in the UK.
Indeed, and it is going to be a great run later on to watch the two senior races try and navigate their way round during this event.
Well, just as they start to continue their way around the course, just seeing that we do have Seb Palmer in there in second at the moment, just flashing past the screen. That's Sam Baker from St Peter's Heswall into their stride at the moment. Nice rhythm as well, a couple of gloves and woolly hats around the course, but in the sun, quite a nice day for running, I think.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant conditions up there as far as we can tell. Looks to be absolutely no wind up there, very fresh. So aside from the ground getting muddier and muddier underfoot, making it challenging, absolutely brilliant conditions for race day, most definitely.
Loving that coloured woolly hat as well. Right up my street, love a stripy hat.
It's true cross-country attire.
Good bobble hat, looks like a club hat as well. Well, just trickling back into second then is Ethan Statham, and leading at the front now we've got Blake Birchall in the red strip with the green shorts, looking good, and just sitting in third behind them, Seb Palmer. Keep an eye out for him. As you say, over the last couple of years we've seen some great youngsters from Wolverhampton and Bilston, and he looks to be another one, next cab off the rank.
Yeah, Seb Palmer has had a little bit of success recently as well. He was first in the West Midlands Young Athletes League in October this year and has run an 18:15 park run recently. So definitely not a bad young athlete at all.
Yeah, very impressive. Well, the next couple of hundred athletes on the charge behind our leaders. Just seeing as they work their way up around the edge of the course and back up the hill. This is a part which really does start to burn the legs. And he's the leaders at the front as they start to work their way towards this copse. In there as well, Tom Craker from Kendal Seniors in the green, just starting to put his name amongst the mix.
Seb Palmer taking the lead now for Wolverhampton and Bilston AC. They have reeled in the early leader, and it looks to be this group of four now working together as they come through round the back past the start line before they head up towards the final finish straight.
Well, Palmer looking good, looking comfortable. Late comer to this group, Craker. What can he do from Kendal? Have experienced a lot tougher conditions running from where he's based, up and down the hills. I'm sure he's accustomed to it. This is a lot flatter and does make it a bit more comfortable as they start to come into this final dogleg, this hairpin, and Craker is there, Palmer is there.
You can see these athletes coming back up towards the final straight now, back past the start, and in the background we can see the under 11 girls streaming onto the start line in preparation for their event in a few minutes' time. It is still Palmer in the lead though, not quite breaking away just yet.
Well, it's interesting how they've just taken a slightly wide berth here of the main course and just sitting on the inside of the rest of them. They're trying to stay out of the shadows, I think, where it might be a bit wetter, a bit more churned up, and they'll be taking a wide berth into this final hairpin bend. Statham looking good, Craker on the outside with the green vest.
Palmer leading through the middle as we approach the hairpin turn before we head back down the home straight.
Well, Palmer's there, Statham's there, just in second, but it is Palmer that leads for Wolverhampton and Bilston. Looks very calm, and there just the extra kick in his step and striding away home. Statham got a response, as Craker got a response. Doesn't look like it at the moment. Wolverhampton and Bilston then coming away with what could be their first win of the day. They're going to have more youngsters in the under 13 boys as well, and in the under 15s, but Seb Palmer striding for home. Is he going to be able to hold on? Gritting his teeth in second is Statham. Craker in third, but Seb Palmer looking so calm, cool and collected as he comes towards the finish line here. It is bunching up behind him though for that second and third spot. I think he's going to hold on. Seb Palmer with a compelling home straight sprint. Fingers to the air, that's how you like to deliver, and all wrapped up by 10:52 on a Saturday morning. That is a great win for Seb Palmer.
A brilliant run from Seb Palmer, timed once again to perfection from him. They reeled in the early leader who has finished fourth. Ethan Statham in second, another good run from him as well. A great race to watch, and the athletes streaming through now as they come into the finish.
Well, what a run. 2K done, all before 11s is. These young men will remember this day fondly. I'm sure they'll hang around to watch the European trial races a little bit later on as well.
Absolutely, got to be done. We're going to have a great show of domestic talent later on in the early afternoon. Definitely worth sticking around for, so make sure you are around. 1:05 is the senior women's race and 2:05 is the senior men.
Well, Wolverhampton and Bilston, as I've said throughout this race, some great youngsters. We'll see more of them later on. Sam Ball and the likes in the upper age groups, who very impressive over the cross-country season 12 months ago. Wolverhampton and Bilston are a big club from the Midlands over the years. Last 50 years had some great athletes come through there. Maybe not quite the same success over the last few years, but in these younger cross-country age groups, absolutely delivering.
Absolutely great pedigree at Wolverhampton and Bilston, a really large club in the Midlands, like you say.
Well, next up in the next couple of minutes, it's the under 11 girls on short lap, and finishing and starting straights. Our officials do such a wonderful job to just try and keep everybody moving. Easy to want to stop across the line an inch after you've passed it.
Very easy indeed, and it's not what the officials want, and they do a fantastic job of keeping the athletes moving, helping that finish line continue flowing. We do have the under 11 girls on the line ready for their race now, due to go off in about a minute's time. They are also running the 2 kilometre short lap.
Well, they all look happy to be there anyway, more so than some of the other races we've seen.
Not sure I've ever been that happy on the start line, but great to see, brilliant to see the enthusiasm as they are about to race. Another Wolverhampton and Bilston strip there. We can see plenty of Merseyside strips as well from the Merseyside school events.
There's the call to the line. Last late mad dash. Bit easier for the officials to marshal the younger age groups. Not so easy when you get to the seniors.
Yeah, they start to get a little bit stubborn.
Yeah, it becomes a bit more physical, doesn't it?
Absolutely, those seniors are not giving up an inch on the start line. A little bit easier to convince the under 11s maybe, but definitely a mad rush as they're walked forwards for sure. And we're underway with the under 11 girls 2 kilometre race at Liverpool Sefton Park.
Well, big numbers on the start line. No fallers as of yet. Striding through the middle and away and gone.
Looks to be number 323 taking an early lead is Madison Kindler from Brentwood Beagles. The under 11 was second in the National Primary Schools Year 5 race earlier on this year in March.
We've got Roni Coring as well from Shrewsbury, just outside of her in the blue and yellow. Little look from her outside shoulder. Stockport athlete just behind them as well, and there's Blue Bailey from Staffordshire, and there's Wolverhampton and Bilston, Lila Pearce, in around about 4th at the moment. So steady pace to start. As always, a slight breakaway at the beginning, but they will get marginally reeled in over the next couple of 100 metres before everything settles down.
Yeah, absolutely. A frantic start as always, but great to see all of these young athletes coming out on a Saturday morning, a very cold Saturday morning up in Liverpool. So brilliant to see such numbers in the junior races.
Well, this is the patient part of the race. You've had the manic start. You then need to settle into your rhythm, find your stride. Not so easy if you're middle of the pack and you're starting to bump and barge people away. Big break at the front though. I'm sure we'll catch that on our camera in just a moment. Good support as well early on a Saturday morning. Big race is still a couple of hours away. This is a massive race for these youngsters though.
Absolutely, and how brilliant as well that these youngsters can share in the occasion of the European Cross Trials. Cross country, of course, being one of the sports where you can share the start line with elite athletes during these cross challenge races, which is absolutely brilliant.
There's always a good section here. You get a bit of speed as you come down the hill and have to try and maintain that and not lose your legs as you come up the other side. That's Lucy O'Brien. Sale Harrier, not too far from home. Well placed at the moment. Tough place to be though in the opening 600 or 700 metres when you're cut adrift from the rest of the field. Has to really try and motivate yourself and pull yourself through just to keep the pace going. Now Roni Coring there in the blue and yellow, just in second at the moment.
Roni looking like she's running well in second place. An 18:51 parkrun time for the junior athlete. Very, very impressive. A time I'm sure lots of seniors would also be very pleased to run.
Well, we're looking at athletes in and around the top 20 or 30 here. Oh, there's a bit of a sprint just around the outside. Trying to get some additional placings. It all counts, doesn't it? Particularly towards the Cross Challenge Series points that will be amassed throughout the season.
Absolutely, every place matters. Something drilled into us from junior athletes all the way up, even at university level in the books cross country. Absolutely brilliant to see that competitiveness coming through, and a tactical surge maybe to take the place at that point on the course.
Well, this is a huge lead from Madison Kindler. Looks very, very composed, the Brentwood athlete. Just really opened up a gap and has never looked back from that start line, and not an ounce of mud on her either. She's absolutely gliding through the course at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. Floating over all the slightly chopped up bits on the course already. Kindler, of course, second in the national primary schools, like we mentioned earlier. I'm sure she'll be looking to better that on March 3rd this year, or next year, I should say, this season, when that event is held again.
Some of the athletes in the lineup just meandering their way through as they head towards the cops at the top of the course. There's Coring, there's O'Brien. Isla Pearce as well, just in third at the moment behind Coring.
Madison Kindler still out in front with what looks to be a pretty commanding lead so far as they come up that start straight for the final time. They'll be turning around into that finish straight very, very soon, but we can see the next race in the background lining up, which will be the under 13 girls. Back on the race, though, Kindler striding away up that home straight, a huge lead currently as she comes through into the final stages of this under 11s Liverpool Cross Challenge.
Well, just sitting there in fourth at the moment, the Staffordshire athlete Blue Bailey's coming towards the mix. This will do her points tally for the overall challenge well, but Madison Kindler here is leading things with absolute dominance. Still tight between Pearce and Coring for second at the moment. Just coming off that final hairpin bend, slightly wide, but Kindler looking good for the win.
A quick look over her shoulder as she turned around that corner there just to see how much she needed to go for it down this back straight, but seeing also that she is in a pretty safe position to take the win in Liverpool today. Behind her we do have Lila Pearce battling it out, like we said a second ago, third in the national primary schools in 2023 back in March, so also an athlete of very high pedigree.
Well, it's Kindler that's going to take the win here. Just now seeing that it is Lila Pearce from Wolverhampton and Bilston in second, Shrewsbury's Roni Coring in third, but the winner at the front from Brentwood, all about Madison Kindler in this under 11 girls race. What a moment for her. There's the smile. She knows how to pose. Oh, there's a bit of a trip to finish as well. Back to her feet with a big smile, and well, not often you get to see yourself break the tape.
Absolutely not. A great experience that I'm sure she will remember for a very long time, and a motivating experience as well. I'm sure she'll want more of that in her junior career as she progresses through the age groups.
Well, Lila Pearce crossing in second there, and Shrewsbury's Roni Coring looks absolutely spent. Legless coming across the line. Blue Bailey there in fourth, and the yellow of Staffordshire Moorlands AC. And Madison Kindler, well,
striding away.
What a performance that is. Well, blimey, look at the purple. Lots of it.
An absolute sea of the Merseyside purple coming through now as the athletes filter through into the finish.
Well, great experience for these young athletes. Cross country, such a great grounding for not just running but every other sport as well. Teaches you in these winter months a bit of grit and determination.
Absolutely, what a sport it is for that.
Builds up the endurance, and well, we have the under 13 girls who race over 3 kilometres in just a couple of minutes. We'll stay with the under 11 girls crossing the line now. There's Emily Nichols, just across the line. Nancy McAvoy as well. There's Aira Cassini-Jones of Shrewsbury, another Shrewsbury athlete. And Poppy Bowden from St Peters and Paul's. Great to see such a diverse lineup in the under-11 girls. Cross country is doing well in these younger age groups.
And here is the start line for the under-13 girls. We'll make our way gradually across what looks to be a very packed start indeed. One to watch for this race, Eve Beddoe. Keep an eye out for her, number 335, the National Primary Schools champion. Niamh Dawley also in this race, the Scottish Schools champion. The girls are called forward now onto the start line as they look to run and negotiate this 3 kilometre course, so upping this distance slightly. It is a pretty stacked field in this one. These under 13 girls are starting to gain a little bit more experience over the cross country discipline, and we are off.
Well, these intermediate age groups, if you like, always interesting. Everybody obviously developing at different rates. Just because you're not a successful under 13 doesn't mean you won't be a very talented senior or an Olympian.
Exactly, you never quite know who's going to make their way through. But a very quick start indeed. Once again, these girls tearing it down at the starting straight. We do also have Cara Gorman in this race, the first place National Primary School for the Year 7 race in 2023. Inter-counties champion as well from earlier this year, and 9th in the mini marathon. So what a year for her as we move into the final months of 2023. An early leader of number 355, Pollyanna Kershaw of Blackpool, coming through. She was 11th in the inter-counties earlier this year and looks to have made a very strong start as she is chased by the rest of the pack. You see the athletes streaming around the top bend now as they come through, up, just making their way up that climb. Definitely a leg burner after such a sudden sprint at the beginning of the race.
Well, 163 athletes entered in for this one. Never know who's going to turn up, but looking good at the moment with Birchall at the front. Probably older siblings as well, just watching on and getting some snaps. I'm sure that'll go on the family group chat later on.
Oh, of course, the family group chat will be popping off later on. You'll see them, oh, I saw you on the live stream. It's the classic that you always get. They'll be absolutely loving that. But we do have a breakaway group now. Reconsaw Valley seem to be leading out this under 13 girls race.
Well, just sitting at the front.
Maisie Mullett of Reconsaw Valley, number 363, third at the National Primary Schools in 2023, and she won the Young Athletes National Road Relays as well. So a few medals to her name, Maisie Mullett, looking very promising, sat in that pack. Hopefully she'll continue that form as an under 15.
Well, just fronting things up in the long black sleeves of Blackpool is Pollyanna Kershaw in the pink socks as well. This is a good group. This is what you start to get as you work your way up through the age groups. Athletes a bit more experienced, got a bit more training under their belts, start to learn how to stay together in packs and use each other's energy to power you home.
Yeah, definitely. You begin to see this pack running, these tactics starting to be deployed. Maybe not always quite to perfection, but a learning curve nonetheless. These girls look as though they're using that tactic of running in a group really well. Ellie Birchall also in there, Exeter Harriers, and the whole group seems to be moving really strongly.
Well, this is the first time we've seen a long black in today's Liverpool Cross Challenge. First time we've seen this bottom section of the course. If you're wondering where we are on Sefton Park, just take a look to the right of your screen. That is a map with all the different corners and twists and turns. The large white camera shaped dot in the middle just pointing where we're looking at the moment. Good to see some dogs on the course as well, seemingly having some fun in the background too. That's what it's all about.
It's always good fun when you've done your race and your friends and your family are there. Maybe bring the dog along, have a good run around the field, cheering your friends on, and maybe playing with the family pet a little bit. Always good. A nice overview there as well of the entire course today. Very busy at Sefton Park.
Well, already running away and away from our cameras. Kershaw just dropping off that leading group, which is now down to 5 athletes. Kershaw sitting in 6th for Blackpool.
Looks to be Ellie Birchall taking the lead from Maisie Mullet currently. Maybe slightly trying to make a little bit of a break there. That lead pack just being strung out a little bit. Maisie Mullet in 2nd, trying not to let that gap grow too much and stay in touching distance as they come back round into the second half of the additional bit of that lap.
Well, Bedo in there as well, but the front two, Maisie Mullet and Ellie Birchall, will have a lot of this race on their own. It's a tough part of the course, this. A bit quieter, don't have the hustle and bustle of the starting and finishing straights.
Yeah, not quite as much energy to feed off as you get in that start-finish field. All the spectators rushing around. This part of the course does tend to be a little bit quieter, but now a significant amount of daylight from our front two to 3rd place.
Well, nothing really between them at the moment, just side by side, shoulder to shoulder.
Stride for stride, matching each other. One will take the lead, the other will then strike back. Typically we're seeing these two just sharing the load maybe a little bit as they come back round into the start-finish field.
Well, you need to be patient at this part of the course. It's not easy to try and make a long run for home on your final lap from this point. You need to just bide your time. You'll start to twist and turn and work your way back up the hill towards the start line and then turn down past that amongst the crowds. That's where you can really get your energy. It's such a long sprint for home when you go down and around that hairpin and back up again.
It really is, and when you've had a hard run in the entire way around the back end of that lap, it can be really, really tough. So hopefully these girls will continue gliding over the mud as they seem to be currently. Maisie Mullet taking the lead again from Ellie Birchall currently. These two do seem to be matching each other very well though, so it's still a long way to go.
They are giving it some at the front of this race. This is a very quick pace, looking strong. Mullet just with a good lead here, and that's where maybe she's just started to break Birchall. We'll have this tough climb up the hill.
Yeah, looking like a small amount of daylight starting to appear between the two girls at the front of this race. It'll be interesting to see if Ellie Birchall can respond at all, or if that gap is going to continue growing. Maisie Mullet looking fantastically strong now as she comes round into this final section.
Well, from shoulder to shoulder to a 15-metre gap in around about 20 seconds. This is good running from Maisie Mullet, who I'm sure the Reconsour Valley athlete has been inspired by some of the ladies in the upper age group club over the last couple of years. Shakira King and others starting to build a great platform at that club.
Yeah, Reconsour Valley have had great success over the last few years. Some really good role models for Maisie to look up to. I'm sure she'll hope to be one of those for the younger athletes to come through in the next few years as well.
Well, this is of course the Liverpool Cross Challenge. It's the final Cross Challenge race of the year before we head into the Christmas break, and certainly some of these athletes will have one eye on the indoor season. Next up at the Cross Challenge, 13th of January up in Scotland. Big race there. Some of the scenes we've seen from Scottish cross-country leagues already this winter has been, well, an absolute picture, and if you're frightened of wet weather, maybe that Scotland Cross Challenge is not for you.
Yeah, maybe not quite, but Scotland cross country is absolutely unrivaled. What an event to be a part of if these athletes do decide to make the journey up for the Scottish Cross Challenge. Maisie Mullet now looking really, really strong as she glides through the slightly more mudded section of the autumnal leaves as she comes round now in towards sweeping round the back of the start line.
Well, this is always a good spot to see people come through. Look over the shoulder of Birchall, just having a quick check. I think that might be Beddoe just in third at the moment.
Eve Beddoe, of course, one of our ones to watch before the beginning of the race, so looking like she's also having a very strong run, but it is all about Maisie Mullet now as she looks to be starting to turn back up that start straight.
Well, Cara Gorman there of Chilton in third in that green strip, looking good at the moment, well ahead in third, just sitting in behind her, that's Isabel Beddoe in fifth, and just ahead of her Eve Beddoe, two sisters, matching kit, that's what you like as well.
Always great to see, and those two maybe working well as a team, especially for the first half of this race, both taking the wide line. We can see maybe some slightly firmer ground, some easier running potentially as they're feeling quite tired on that early part of the start straight.
Well, looking good here from Maisie Mullet, looks composed. Ellie Birchall, who was the strongest in the early moments of this race, just settling back into second. In behind her, Cara Gorman, seeing her perform so well over this last 12 months in cross country, will be rewarded with another fine high placing finish here.
Yeah, absolutely, another medal to add to the collection for Cara Gorman after her national gold in the national primary schools earlier this year, and of course that inter-county win that we spoke about very briefly earlier. But Maisie Mullet is rounding the hairpin turn now and heading straight down, striding down that finish straight, I should say, towards the finish line to claim her title at the Liverpool Cross Challenge. She's doing absolutely fantastically. Behind her, of course,
it's Ellie Birchall.
Ellie Birchall, apologies there. Ninth in the National Cross Country Championships was Ellie Birchall, so a very strong run throughout this season. But it is Maisie Mullet taking the win in the under-13 girls at the Liverpool Cross Challenge. Arms up in celebration, fingers in the air for her first place. What a win for the Reek and Soar Valley athlete. A fantastic run, an excellent display of endurance running in the cross country.
Well, there's no British team placings here for the under-13s, but Ellie Birchall with second, that's a great finish for her. Cara Gorman just patient throughout that race, did really well to break the back of it and just hold off the Beddoe sisters. That's the smile, that's the celebration from Mullet.
You can see the adrenaline keeping Maisie Mullet going there. Very happy, a huge smile on her face as she strides out of that finish pen. Athletes now streaming down towards the line. Several Liverpool Harriers vests we see there as she crosses over. Isabel Beddoe crossing the line there just behind her sister Eve Beddoe. Isabel Beddoe also has had a very, very good season this year as a year 6, was 13th in the national primary schools and has an 18-minute 5k time, so a very talented young athlete herself.
There's still plenty of numbers to come across the line. We have
Esme Cameron just coming across the line there, spotting her from the Liverpool Harriers.
Next up in a couple of minutes, it's the under-13 boys again over this one long lap. We'll be running a bit quicker, as we said earlier on. We go through the races incredibly quickly in the first couple of hours, about to get underway with the 6th race of the day.
Yeah, under 13 boys also doing that 3 kilometre lap, churning it up nicely, of course, for the later races. So absolutely brilliant to see these girls still coming across the line. Sprint finishes as they come down, every place counting for them, like we spoke about earlier on. Brilliant to see.
Right then, back on the start line with the under-13 boys race. Again, 3 kilometres, one long lap of the course. Bit quicker, bit stronger, bit faster. That's what we'll expect to see, but what an absolutely glorious day in Liverpool.
A very swift start from these boys as they're heading through up that first straight. They've got 3 kilometres to negotiate, so I'm sure this pace will drop very slightly, but we'll see an early breakaway group very shortly.
It's a strong start from the man at the front. Peter Herring of Liverpool Harriers. Never mistake that vest when it's quite literally on home soil. I'm sure a few of the Liverpudlians amongst this field will have spent a lot of time with family around Sefton Park and training around Sefton Park as well. Lucas Guyette is in there too. Seb Rung as well. Plenty of numbers from Liverpool. Athletes from further afield. I've seen a few Royal vests as well.
The field just beginning to string out slightly as they've come around that top corner now. They're looking to go and negotiate that small climb, which really does get you settled in, we should say, after they've had a very strong start. If you try and negotiate that hill a little bit too quickly, you will be paying for it later on, so hopefully these athletes will take it nice and sensibly in the early stages of this 3 kilometre race.
I'm sure a lot of these athletes, as you've already mentioned, Rosie, park runs, 5Ks on a Saturday morning, and cross countries throughout the school year as well. 3K for cross country when you've done 5K on the road is still tough, even though it's that 2K shorter, still hurts the legs.
Oh, absolutely. There's something about the mud that just cannot be accounted for elsewhere. It does drain your energy like nothing else I've ever experienced. So these athletes really do need the strength to get themselves through here. The mud, of course, will be getting thicker, more slippery as the races before have churned it up. We do have a breakaway group now of 5 athletes. That group of 5 led out by Peter Herring of Liverpool Harriers.
Got Birchfield in there as well with James Longworth just now taking to the front in that all black strip.
The chase group not far behind them at all, so a very small gap between our leaders and the rest of the pack currently, but that race is starting to string out very nicely.
Jack Baranowski in there as well from Blackburn, not too far away from here.
You can see there just how busy it is at Sefton Park today. We do have the older racers, of course, getting here, starting their warm-ups. More and more spectators will be flooding in for those senior races. And the gap now does look to have closed between those leaders and our chase pack. A Wolverhampton and Bilston athlete looking to be on the front of that bridge. Number 403, James Longworth from Birchfield, taking it out and leading our under-13 boys currently.
Good splash as we go down this section. You just see how muddy it is in some places. That's not just from the cross country, the 5 races we've had today. Remember, we've only gone once around this long loop already. This is just general muddy UK parks at this time of year, but I absolutely love autumn because just look at the colour of those leaves. Absolutely outstanding this time of year.
Oh, definitely. And what race pictures you get from them as well. That mud, the colours, absolutely everything makes for a fantastic race and fantastic race pictures afterwards. But a really big leading group now, what looks to be the 2 groups, the chase pack and the lead pack, joining together.
Well, it is all a bit bunched up, and you can definitely tell the different sort of stages of development some of these under 13 boys are at. The tall figure of Jack Baranowski of Blackburn Harriers, just to the front on the left of picture as well.
That chase group still trying very hard to stay on the back of our 6 leaders currently. Finley Stanton as well in that chase group, dropping back slightly. He was in there taking the lead just a moment ago, but maybe letting someone else take a bit of a turn as they come through some really thick mud in that slight wooded section there.
Paget from Rushcliffe is in there too, but he's close at the front. Not much to choose between them. This is the start of the course where you really begin to hurt and the legs start to tighten up. You know you've got this uphill steady climb, you're hearing cheers from people in the distance because you know you're starting to head for home. Makes it all the more challenging. Sam Deary of Giffnock North, Scottish athlete at the front in the yellow.
Scottish National Relay Champion in 2023 was Sam Deary and his team, so a very strong athlete there. We look to maybe have someone trying to break away in Sam, and the 2 or 3 athletes with him. We'll have to wait and see how this unfolds to see if those athletes can stay alongside him.
Well, Paget just in the blue at the back of those leading 3, maybe just drifting off slightly and losing a couple of metres of ground. Deary looking comfortable at the front.
Still a very large group in convoy of our leaders as they come round now, making the crossing back in towards the second, or the closing stages, maybe not quite closing just yet, but the latter stages of this race.
Deary then in front. Is he just starting to tie up as they go up this hill? Baranowski in second to Blackburn. James Longworth in the black of Birchfield there or thereabouts in 5th. We've got Will Kershaw in the orange of Blackpool. We saw his sister, I think, Pollyanna Kershaw, in the previous race.
These 3 athletes looking to put a small amount of daylight now between them and the chasers.
Theo Oldford of Wolverhampton and Bilston just in around about 6th at the moment. Got a bit of work to do to try and close that gap on Longworth in front of him. Finley Stanton and Canakin Stafford in the green.
Baranowski now taking the lead from Deary, who slips back into 3rd place. It won't be long now until the athletes are sweeping down behind the finish line before they navigate that start-finish, or that start straight I should say, for the second time today before heading down towards the finish line.
Well, Deary just beginning to hurt slightly and has drifted off. Baranowski and Paget at the front, closing down on him from Canakin Stafford. Finley Stanton in the green, he sits in 4th now, maybe just starting to close the gap himself on those leaders. Have they got enough course left to try and reel them in? Baranowski 4:018, looking calm, looking relaxed at the moment. Adam Paget just sitting behind him and trying to find some firmer footing. That has really churned up very quickly, hasn't it?
It has indeed, and you can see by the state of the athletes' vests when we get a shot from behind that the mud is spraying up now. You can see it is just getting wetter and wetter. These athletes were finishing, if we remember, think back to the short course relay trials, they were finishing very, very clean. Now mud splatters up their legs, up the back of the vests. Parents need to get the washing machines ready.
Yeah, need the jet wash on when they get home, clean these spikes off. But Baranowski, this is a compelling run from him, has looked very calm, and now a look on his inside shoulder just to double check where he is. You can see the barrier just being pushed out the way by all the spectators as they try and get a view of who's coming down the stretch. Baranowski leading, Paget sitting in 2nd.
Be interesting to see as we come in towards the final straight what Paget has left to offer, if he can close the gap and overtake Baranowski in these final stages. 5th at Mansfield, of course, Adam Paget for Rushcliffe AC, so it is going to be a very interesting finish indeed.
Well, Baranowski, who has looked so calm throughout this race, just having a nose between him and Adam Paget, who in those early stages looked calm, looked cool, just kept in touch with the leaders, and when Baranowski made a stride for home, he decided to go with him. Paget is not going to catch Baranowski. He's been too strong today, and he is going to take the win here in Liverpool at this cross challenge. Arms wide, ready for that photo moment. What a great win from Jack Baranowski of Blackburn. Adam Paget stops the watch, locks it in for Strava, and just coming through behind him in 3rd. Was it Stanton in the end? I think maybe just ran out of it. It looked like it was Sam Deary from Giffnock North that got that 3rd spot. Did well to surge again down the finishing straight.
Absolutely, and we can see these athletes coming through now, striding for home as they cross the line on what looks to be nice and firm footing, at least for the finish.
Well, big smiles, thumbs up. Doesn't look too tired either, does he?
Plenty left in the tank, apparently, at the end of that 3-kilometre race.
I'm not sure if that was his dad or coach or both, but great moment for Jack Baranowski in Liverpool. Next one for you then, it's the under 15 girls again over this 3 kilometres distance. Some tired bodies as they meander their way through this finishing straight. Well, while the final few athletes cross the line in the under 13 boys, we have the under 15 boys up for you next.
Under 15 boys up next, followed by the under 15 girls, and then we do move on to our next trials race of the day, which is the under 17 women plus the IAAF junior women.
Athletes getting ready, fingers on watches for some of them. Others will just put their heads down and stride away.
Always interesting to see the personal preference of whether you track it or not on your watch. Of course, if it's not on Strava, it doesn't count. So a lot of these will, of course, be ready to upload after their race.
Well, if it's on British Athletics TV and you're there, we definitely know it counted.
Maybe just this once.
Maybe just this once, indeed. Now, 3 kilometres, once again, it's one long lap in conjunction with the start and finishing straights. And just in the middle there from Winchester in that grey strip, the tall figure is Ethan Skipwith.
To the left of your screen, the Reconcil Valley athlete. Next to him, number 441, Samuel Collins. Evan Grime from Salford Harriers taking one of the early leads as well, sat maybe second there in your picture just a moment ago.
What a year he's had, Evan Grime.
Absolutely, 6th at the Intercounties earlier on this year, first at SIAB as well. A fantastic year and cross-country season last season for him, the Salford Harriers athlete.
National records on the track as well this summer.
Doesn't get much better than that.
No, it does not. It'll be interesting to see how he fares today.
Absolutely, definitely one to keep an eye on as we progress through out of the start-finish field for this 3 kilometre long lap. Quite a large group has broken away from the main pack so far, potentially looking to split down into a lead and chase group.
Well, there is Grime at the front, 4:55, heading up this 165 athlete field. James Longworth of Birchfield just on the outside.
Ewan Winthall of Burton as well, also in that group. 10th at English schools and 11th at Intercounties last year. So a very successful cross season for him as well. I'm sure he'll be looking to replicate or better that this year, and here today we'll be looking for another very successful result.
We'll just drift away at this point of the course, away from our eyes and away from what we can see, but Grime at the front just checking his watch as well, checking he's on pace. I'm sure he'll back himself for this one. Could certainly expect to come away with the spoils.
Absolutely, looking very strong, very smooth, rounding that corner, striding away from the field, seeing if anybody has anything that they can respond with.
Bit muddy, bit splashy. Bright, fresh out the box kit does not stay like that for very long at Sefton Park.
No, absolutely not. This is not the venue to be wearing brand spanking new kit, that is for sure. It will definitely end up rather muddy by the end of it. But Ewan Grime still looking very, very strong.
1:54.08 this year over 800 metres for Evan Grime.
Very impressive performances indeed, all through track and cross country by the sounds of it. James Longworth sat in second place at the minute, the Birchfield Harrier, 8th at Mansfield this year and 64th at Intercounties back in March. So he'll be looking this year, I'm sure, to strengthen those performances and get some really high finishes up on Power of 10.
Well, Grime just starting to edge away from the rest of the field. 3K for him, man that's ran 4:28 for the mile and over 5K this year, 15:42. Very comfortable this should be for him. Ewan Whitnell still in touching distance at the front of this race. He's some of the middle of the pack. hustle and bustle all the way around Sefton Park. It's only going to get busier from a spectator standpoint.
Absolutely, definitely one to hang around for later on this afternoon, especially for these juniors. How great it will be for them to be able to see live the performances later on this afternoon. Ewan Grimes still out in front at the minute, but not there alone. It seems to be Callum Dick staying on his shoulder in second place currently, first at the Scottish Schools in 2023, 12th at the Intercounties. So another very strong contender for Grime to hold off for the rest of the race.
Well, these two will certainly know each other from many different BMC meetings and across the age groups as well. Despite being under 15, it still feels like both of them have been around a long time. Grime just settling into his rhythm here. Start to head back towards the finish. Whitnall is there in third at the moment. That light blue is Burton. Bit of calm in the race for the first time.
That lead pack coming back together now. Those four athletes, nothing between them currently, in striking distance, each and every one of them.
Well, last year's cross challenge winner for the under 15 boys was Matt Drummond Clark, Preston Harriers.
Evan Grimes still at the front of this race, a Salford Harriers athlete, but not alone, still having to work for his lead as we come into the latter stages now, behind the back of the starting line as they come up to contend that start straight.
Well, Grime looking good at the moment, maybe just a bit more fatigued than he perhaps would have expected. He looks so strong in the opening exchanges, just starting to grimace a bit. Callum Dick looks very calm as well. Just get a sense that maybe there's something on for this finish. In fourth, it's Ray Taylor in that black strip of Falkirk.
Yeah, nothing between those front two athletes currently as we move into the very, very late stages. That finish straight is going to be an exciting one.
Well, Grime is there. Dick is on his shoulder. Whitnall in third. That same position he's been for such a long period of time. This section of the course just a bit firmer. Allows you to build up a bit of speed, which then gets absolutely suckered as you come into the hairpin bend and head up that finishing straight. But Grime now really starting to open up that lead. Not much Callum Dick can do about that at this stage. Has he got anything left up those two sleeves of his? Attempting to pull it out the bag. Whitnall in third.
And look at that gap opened up by Evan Grime on that home straight. Coming down now for a very, very strong finish, striding away.
Well, he's a real talent, Evan Grime. Callum Dick, equally as talented. Look at some of that cheering as well, just in the background, and a bit of a sprint finish on for third at the moment. But it is about this man at the front, Evan Grime. The tall figure, make no mistake about it, he is a superb talent, the Salford Harrier. He came in expecting to win. He's delivered here at Sefton Park. Callum Dick getting second. Not quite sure who picked up that third spot. Ray Taylor was charging quickly.
Very strong finish from all of our athletes in that top 4 or 5 there, and a fantastic run from Evan Grime, that is for sure.
Well, we're an hour and 15 minutes into our programme and we are 7 races down. Taylor pretty happy with himself. Evan Grime worked hard for that win. We're moving up an age group on the track next year. Nice chance perhaps for Evan Grime to get lots of success as a under 15 across this cross-country season. A couple of tied bodies crossing the line there as well.
Absolutely, and great to see these athletes leaving it all out there as well as they come across the line for the under 15 boys Liverpool Cross Challenge. We do move next to the under 15 girls, also contending a 3 kilometre distance at 11:50.
Well, about to get underway with the under 15 girls race then. 3 kilometres once more. One long lap, start and finish straights.
We can see as well that long lap starting to get really churned up as the athletes come through there time and time again. It will be really interesting to see how that influences how the later races have to negotiate this course in comparison to these junior athletes.
Holly Cross, the Liverpool Harrier in the middle, wearing 4497, those long blue sleeves. Good to see she's got gaffer tape on her spikes, stop them falling off. May well come in handy as we move through the day.
Absolutely, rookie error not having the gaffer tape around your spikes. Several times lost my shoes. Took me probably a few too many lost shoes to learn to tape them on during my junior cross-country career. So definitely good to see these athletes ready and prepared. It is the under 15 girls lining up. The athletes called forward, lots of fingers on watches now, elbows out, ready to go.
Well, one thing I'm noting is that they don't look that cold. It suggests to me the course temperature a bit warmer than perhaps everybody spectating feels. There's the gun, and away they go.
Looks like another relatively clean start. Oh, and there is a faller there. I spoke too soon. Rather unfortunate for her. So hopefully she can get back up and carry on uninjured. But a very strong start. Very, very fast, these athletes getting out as they begin their journey round the course at Sefton Park. Does look like Olivia McGee, the early leader, the rugby and Northampton athlete. 6th at Cardiff just 2 weeks ago.
Olivia Steer of Exeter just on the right, 5.73, tucking in behind McGee at the front. Here's Iris Williams from Blackheath and Bromley.
See the girls streaming around that top bend now. Olivia McGee being the first to lead them round there. It will be interesting to see how this race plays out with some very strong contenders in there. Nearly the entire top 10 from Cardiff Cross Challenge 2 weeks ago are here. I think all bar one on the start list for this event.
Well, away they go. It's a solid field, some great entrants. Athletes at the front, McGee, Steer, seen them across the cross-country scene before. Know what they can do. ...173 entries for this race.
Molly Cavell as well on the start list, of course, the English schools cross-country champion, so it'll be interesting to see if she can put out a good performance here today.
Well, McGee is away. Good 10-metre lead to start.
A long way to go though, of course, so she could be reeled in. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that chase group responds, if they gradually reel her in or if she's already done too much damage for that. We'll have to see. Looks like Holly Cross of Liverpool Harriers as well in second place of that chase group, so third overall, just being swallowed up slightly maybe as these girls just jostle for their positions early on in this 3 kilometre loop.
Olivia Forrest of Brentwood Beagles, around about second, part of that leading group behind Olivia McGee. At this point they're approaching the first K of this race. Just tucked in behind the trees at the moment.
McGee been reeled in slightly by the looks of things. That is Olivia Forrest on her shoulder, taking the lead now for the first time today. Olivia Forrest, of course, the Cardiff winner, so very, very strong field, like we said, that we saw from Cardiff just 2 weeks ago. Silver from Southerns as well, and 5th at the mini marathon, so Forrest definitely has a very strong junior CV to date so far.
And McGee just drifting back into the third. There's Libby Hale of Swansea just taking that second spot behind Forrest. Still just drifting back into the middle of the chasing Pat Aldershot are in there as well.
Forrest looking very strong now out in the front as she strides, enjoying the space in front of her and finding the best line to make her way through the remainder of this 3 kilometre course.
Some coaching advice, I think, there for Libby Hale. Kitty Scott, the athlete in the red vest of Aldershot, she's sitting in 4th at the moment. Forrest, they look on her inside shoulder, just trying to gauge where the chasers are. It is Hale chasing up. Looking smooth at the moment though.
Yeah, these front two moving really, really well round this course at the moment.
Always wearing the colourful long socks, Olivia Forrest. Really good pace at the moment. Hale looking strong as well. Churning the way through the mud.
Yeah, we can see the mud flicking up there, especially on the back of the white Swansea vest. Those mud stains will be difficult to get out, so I hope Vanish is ready for parents later on this afternoon.
Other products are available, of course.
Of course.
Well, this section of the course is just where the bottom half of the map reconnects with the top half, and they will head along towards the east of the picture and then snake their way back up the slope towards the start line and back down towards the finish. Tough from here. Get this downhill speed, start to build up once more.
Libby Hale is the Welsh 1500 metre champion as well, so very, very strong over the shorter distances. This second half of the course could be very interesting if we get to see some of that 1500 metre speed coming through.
Forrest, bronze medal at the England Championships over 3,000 metres on the track this summer.
These two looking very strong with their lead now.
Well, McGee's still fighting at the moment. She had that superb sprint start, but maybe just a bit too eager at the traps. Just needed to settle into a bit of a rhythm and is going well for now. Maurice Williams is in there for Blackheath Bromley in those long sleeves. Inside the top 15 or 20 at the moment. Tough part of the course, you know, you've got to get to the top of this hill because it then just snakes its way through the trees before heading back down towards the finish. And here is Forrest. Hale in second, and as it stands, that 15-20 metre gap between Forrest and Hale does not look like it will close. Forrest through the trees. Oh, just a little trip. This section always gets a little slippy. Have really got to be on your toes and make sure you've got those 12mm spikes in.
Yeah, absolutely. She's very well there to negotiate that safely after a small trip. But Olivia Forrest looking so strong. The Brentwood Beagles athlete cruising through the slightly uneven ground and the wooded section of the course.
Well, Kitty Scott up into third now ahead of McGee. The Aldershot Farnham and District athlete there in the red vest in third. And this is the face of an athlete who is on a mission, and he's very composed as well. No running around the outside, straight through the middle.
Exactly, and great to see as well that focus, that composure on her face. She knows exactly what she wants from this race, and it will be an incredible feat to stop her from achieving that now.
Yeah, but slips, trips and falls do happen. There's Holly Cross of Liverpool. Gaffer tape still holding her well at this point of the race. And that's the distance. Is Kitty Scott just closing on Livy Hale, or is this head-on shot deceiving me? I think Hale still in the lead.
Yeah, it looks to be Hale still in second. Kitty Scott giving it a good go though by the looks of things, also with those bright long socks on. Not long now until they will be rounding that very sharp hairpin turn into the final straight. I'm sure they'll be very grateful of that as they begin to see the finish line get closer and closer and closer. But Forrest looking so strong, so composed, very relaxed as she comes round that hairpin turn.
Well, these are some of the chasers, but here goes Olivia Forrest. This really the lap of honour down the home stretch. The Brentwood Beagle has made light work of this under-15 girls race over 3K. Bit of a cheer and some encouragement from a man with a camera, and I think Livy Hale's coach there just in the blue strip trying to cheer her on, because she is under some pressure from Kitty Scott. But what a run this has been from Olivia Forrest, adding to the ream of success she has had in 2023. She's going to take the win here at Sefton Park in this British Athletics Cross Challenge race, and it's Olivia Forrest that comes away in top spot. Composed, hard work, and has delivered the goods, and even she, I'm sure, can't quite believe the lead she has over the lady coming through in second, which is Livy Hale for Swansea. Kitty Scott put up a good fight, but just in the end didn't quite have enough to come through to take second. So it is third for Kitty Scott of Aldershot Farnham, and McGee just about holding on for fourth in the end.
What a great race in those early stages as well. See McGee go out so hard, always a very gutsy move to make, so brilliant she managed to hold on for a fourth place finish today.
Right then, next one on the start line for you we have the under 17 women's and junior women's 4.4k. It is one short lap and one long lap. Short lap will start around about 1.4k and the long lap around about 3k.
Of course, European qualification up for grabs in this race, with the under 20 women being part of it.
Distinctive brown vest of Sedbergh School just towards the back. Their cross country team taking part. They always have their famous run as well at their school annually.
The very recognisable figure of Shakira King taking an early lead out of the pack there. Shakira's had a very good season, of course, now as an under 17 athlete, a 4:18 1500 metre runner and a 2:03 800 metre runner, so very, very good young talent in Shakira King.
And just in front of her, 8:02, the distinctive figure, and if you've never seen her run before, this may or may not surprise you, but it is Innes Fitzgerald at the front of a race from the gun. Well, this will be a great tussle between Shakira King and Innes Fitzgerald.
Absolutely, I can't wait to see how this plays out actually. Innes Fitzgerald, of course, had such a commanding win at Cardiff 2 weeks ago.
Just to note, Shakira King part of the under 17 race, Innes Fitzgerald part of the under 20 race. So they are racing together in this one. Combine the fields, add a bit of meat to the bones of this race. Innes Fitzgerald, of course, may well find it a bit easier to get to Brussels than the European Cross Country Championships last year, where she had to take a very long train to Italy.
Yes, hopefully not so much of a challenge for her this year, but eyes definitely set on taking the win here today for Innes Fitzgerald and booking her spot in Brussels.
This is part of the short course. We usually see this towards the back end. Oh, sorry, the short lap rather. We usually see this towards the back end of the long loop.
And we can see just a sheer volume of athletes coming through there. Innes Fitzgerald making an early lead over Shakira King. These two looking way, way clear of the pack so far.
Well, she's a real talent, Innes Fitzgerald. I'm sure everybody is well aware of her by now.
Yeah, of course, and her CV of wins and high place finishes is just absolutely endless after a sterling season over the last year or so.
Well, she had a great cross-challenge campaign 12 months ago, won the under-17s. Clean sweep really for her. Won the national cross, won the inter-counties and the cross-challenge final at Prestwold Hall in Loughborough earlier this year too.
It's also another very tough course to contend is Prestwold Hall, and will usually play a fairly large part of any athlete's cross-country season. Prestwold Hall, very, very challenging indeed. Shakira King also had a very good season, second there last year for her.
Well, Innes Fitzgerald 12 months ago in Piemonte for the European Cross Country Championship, she came fourth. It was a great experience. She was competing a year up. She is now a fully fledged under 20 on the track, and now of course in the cross country as well, and I think we'll be looking for not just a medal this time round. She will certainly be in with a shout of a gold. You'll have to expect that. Not many athletes can run the way she does week in, week out, hard from the front.
Absolutely, a very, very recognisable style, like we mentioned earlier. Innes Fitzgerald, she likes to run her races hard from the front, often having a very, very commanding lead, one that is so unusual to see so consistently.
Well, the only cross-country race she didn't win last year was at the European cross-country race So she is in fine form and looking good here as well. Shakira King just settling into a nice rhythm.
Chasing down Shakira King is number 777, Jess Bailey. Jess Bailey's also had a very successful year. She was third at the EA Champs 3000 this year and has an English School silver to her name over the 1500.
Jess Bailey's certainly one of those athletes that will fancy her chances amongst the European cross country in the next couple of weeks. In terms of qualifying for the junior team, it is the first 5 across the line here today that will automatically qualify. There is a chance, of course, that Shakira King could go as an under 20 athlete, despite currently still being an under 17.
Yeah, absolutely. A strong performance here today could put her in a position for that, most definitely. She has just been overtaken, though, by the looks of things, by Jess Bailey, so Shakira King sitting in 3rd place currently.
But the first under 17.
Of course, yeah.
Is at the moment. So she's currently got Isabel Jones as well for company Shakira King in the under 17 race. She passed the screen, Patience Lamb of Reconsaw Valley. Pink sleeves there, pink headband, sunglasses as well. That is exactly how I would be running here today at Sefton Park.
I'm sure you would, and it would suit you definitely. But those trademark glasses for Patience Lamb, looking for a very strong run from her as well.
Oh, Fitzgerald. Long way ahead of the chasers. This is their long lap. They've done the short at the start of the long lap, so around about 2k in now. This is a 4.4k race for the under 17 and junior women. She gets used to this, running isolated at the front. Competing at the under 20 race at the European Cross last year would have been such a great experience for her. Having to try and chase people and go with leaders a bit more experienced, a bit more mature in their athletic development. But for sure, Rennis Fitzgerald will want to take the medal she thought she perhaps should have won 12 months ago. There is Jess Bailey on the left, just leading ahead of Shakira King in those black leggings.
Shakira King with a small gap now between her and the next chase pack.
Some of those Sedba vests that we mentioned earlier on. Very well, so they're just coming past the screen. This is Innes Fitzgerald back at the front. Such a smooth runner, got a really good style. Again, a look on her inside shoulder, doesn't need to do that too often in races, but just double checking where she is in comparison to the chasers. I think she would have known that Jess Bailey was, well, would have been chasing and not too far behind.
So Fitzgerald making her way through the very muddy, boggy section of the course before she rounds corner past this next set of trees. A clear, commanding lead.
There's Jess Bailey, so experienced as well. On the track, off the track, on the fells, mountain running champion as well, Jess Bailey. Well, unlike these senior races for the juniors, it's the top 5 across the line that make up the GB team for the European Cross. So the top 5 are automatically selected from today's race. And the 6th athlete that will make up the team in Brussels, well, that is to be decided amongst the selectors based on a multitude of things. Fitness, previous cross-country success, where they placed in the trials, head-to-heads, so all of those things into consideration. But finishing in 6th today certainly helps your chances.
Absolutely, and a target for a lot of the girls in this race, I'm sure. Those top 5 spots, absolutely coveted. That 6th one's so important if you're looking to try and get your place there at the Eurocross. Jess Bailey looking very, very strong now. She makes her way across to the left side of your screen.
Fitzgerald, this part of the course, just starting to work her way back towards the start line and the finish. Looks like Shakira King's still just about in third at the moment. Has got a drift from Jess Bailey, who is a year older than Shakira King.
Yeah, of course, that chase pack looks to be reeling her in. Of course, the majority of those will be under 20s rather than under 17. So Shakira King still putting out a very, very strong performance and leading the under 17 race.
Well, Fitzgerald will be used to this. Clear track in front of her. Lots of family and friends supporting. Big cheer for Jess Bailey, who's just looking on her inside shoulder. About 12 months since she won that world mountain running title for Great Britain. The year it's been for her since then. Just the sheer range is fascinating, really. Off into third now. We have a new athlete. Shakira King down in seventh at the moment, just see in the leggings there. Looks like she's still just about leading in terms of the under 17 race. Of course, this is combined the under 17 and under 20 women. Fitzgerald digging deep. Nice to come after this one is the under 17 men's. Starts in around about 8 minutes time. It won't take Ines Fitzgerald 8 minutes to finish up this race.
No, absolutely not. She's striding away, looking very, very strong as she comes now to look to negotiate that start straight for one final time before tackling the hairpin turn.
She had enough time to look behind for a few seconds then, and she would not have seen any of Jess Bailey, who was too far around the corner. Just taking a slight slip and a trip, and under those trees where all the leaves have fallen creates a bit of a mulch, doesn't it, and makes it so difficult.
It is very difficult to negotiate, especially when you are as tired as you are at this stage of the race. Very hard to stay on your feet sometimes.
Well, there's our third placer, storming through and looking comfortable. Try and catch some of these numbers as they come back round and link up for the finish.
Another look behind from Ines Fitzgerald there. Not long to go now though, and it looks to be Ines Fitzgerald that will be taking this title. Something would have to go very, very wrong for her now for that to change.
Well, you do start to get a little bit hot under the collar when you're this far ahead. You can't quite tell how far ahead you are, and if maybe you've just misjudged it and overcooked it. Fitzgerald has no such worries as she comes into the home straight. Not for the first time this season, because most of the time Ines Fitzgerald takes the win. She has such a bright future ahead of her, and is starting this cross-country campaign in fine form, and crossing the line will book her place on most likely train to Brussels for Ines Fitzgerald.
Yes, her preference will be the train, I'm sure. But what a race it'll be for her in Brussels. Surely looking to medal this time around. But what a great run here in Liverpool today.
Well, Ines Fitzgerald taking the win then from Sefton Park, this Liverpool Cross Challenge. Jess Bailey just in the background, and this is a familiar sight for those of you that have seen Ines Fitzgerald before. Always runs with absolutely everything. She takes it out hard and holds on the whole way. A fantastic performance, and we could have a very strong GB under-20 women's team. Jess Bailey is going to be part of that. She is second, running straight through the line. It's not just mud on her face, that's some great face paint. And the big charge, well, Shakira King, who was down in 7th, maybe just about to finish in 3rd. She's going to take the win in the under-17 race, 3rd overall. 818 is Zoe Hunter from Leeds City. That was a great performance. Katie Pye, the under-17 as well there. And I think Molly Lyons of Cardiff has just booked her place on the plane. They all finished in such a flurry. Katie Pye just on the left there in the Aldershot Farnham district. She's second. Just trying to work out who that is on the floor. This is Innes Fitzgerald though. Having a word with, I think, British Athletics Gareth Burrell there. Always out getting some quotes from our athletes. But a strong performance. Innes Fitzgerald from Jess Bailey, Shakira King, the first under-17. And we'll see those first two on the plane or train or other transport that's available in 2 weeks' time.
This is the under-17 men contending a 5.5 kilometre loop at Liverpool today for the cross challenge. No European selection on the cards here, unfortunately, for this age group. What looks to be a very, very strong and fast start from our under-17s. These under-17s will be looking, of course, to absolutely eat up the course today. They'll tear through it, make it nice and muddy for the later races. Robert Price at the centre of your screen, leading us out for Vale Royal AC. Next to him, Oliver Patton, also taking out the race nice and hard. This race will begin to string out gradually as we move through. Round that first bend now, and we start to head up into the first climb. Plenty of our high place finishing athletes from the Cardiff Cross Challenge 2 weeks ago are here, of course, as well. Oscar Schofield, you may have seen a clip of him on the line just a few moments ago. He was second at Cardiff. He's run a 4:07 mile indoors recently as well, with a third place at English schools in 2022. So definitely one to look out for. And Oscar Schofield looks to be sitting in second place currently.
Two long laps for these under-17 men, 5.5k roughly. So they'll be done in quick fashion. Before we head to the junior men's trial. Ryan Knight's just in third there.
And there's Oliver Patton leading the way from Oscar Schofield currently around the course at Liverpool.
It's an intriguing race, this. Schofield will fancy his chances, as always, wearing that cap on backwards. Patton is just keeping things honest at the front at the moment. Craig Shenson as well. Just in the yellow strip in second of Gift Knock North. And Knight sitting in fourth behind him.
This race starting to string out nicely now. The pack not too bunched up anymore like we saw at the very start of the race.
Blessed with beautiful blue sunshine though. Glorious conditions really.
Absolutely, doesn't get much better than this for cross country, especially in November.
Knight's just on the outside. Still plenty within 15 metres or so of this lead from Oliver Patton.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot there within striking distance. No clear cutaway leader just yet. Schofield has moved up into second place now, still behind Oliver Patton, who's making sure this race is at a decent pace the entire way by the looks of things.
Well, they're just coming round to about a quarter of the way through this race. It's solid at the front from Patton.
Quick look behind from Patton there to see where Schofield and the rest of the pack lie. Not a particularly big gap, maybe a metre or so, if that, between them as things stand.
Plenty of different club vests in and amongst the action. Trangmar there from Sullivan Pace is always a distinctive vest. Blackburn amongst it at the moment. It's Phoenixed as well.
Interesting to note, of course, Oliver Patton leading the race at the minute. 2,000 metre steeplechaser, currently 6:03 his personal best, and they do say steeplechase is the cross country of the track, so hopefully that strength required for steeplechase will stand him in good stead today.
Well, he came 15th over that event at the European Youth Championships, the under-18s last year, using that to good effect. Ewan Thomas from Carmarthen and District, just in that white vest in fourth at the moment. Harry Maxwell from Team Bath in around about sixth.
You can see already the state of these athletes' legs and their kits. This course is getting nicely churned up, becoming harder and harder to negotiate as the athletes tear it up with their spikes lap upon lap.
Just a brief change in the lead. Flying past your screen there at Birchfield is Ash Burgess. There's Andrew Baird from Ross County. Shenson in the yellow up the front. Tough opening pace. Andrew William from Lasswade, 7.33, just with the arm sleeves on the left. James Alexander as well, just on the right hand side. Garth Scoove Harriers. Seen him walking around the course this morning. Just having an eye on some of the other races.
This pack sitting nice and closely together now. No one wanting to take it on quite too much and make a break just yet. We still are fair way from the finish as we stand at the moment.
There's this leading group of 7 as we head into the second lap. Over 9 minutes gone. We are definitely coming to the conclusion of things, but lots more to do over the next quarter of a lap or so. Can Schofield pull away with the win? What can Shenson do? And Shenson in the yellow vest just leading things here.
Schofield sat in second, where he spent most of the race so far. Not wanting to take on the full workload himself, but within touching distance should he need to make a move or cover anything from another athlete.
Well, Patton is there in third, got adrift by some 6 or 7 metres at the moment. James Alexander's there. Harry Maxwell's there in the blue of Team Bath with the sunglasses on. solid field in terms of numbers for this. Plenty of representation across the country as well. These young men will have been competing across the schools and local club races as well.
Our lead two athletes now, with what seems to be plenty of daylight between them and the rest of the pack.
Just coming around the bottom section of the course here, which so far so good, has held up quite well to the mud and guts. Maxwell just leading this chasing group, which has got Andrew McWilliam and James Alexander in.
Shenson seems to come out of that very boggy patch a little bit stronger than Schofield potentially there. Schofield though keeping chase, not letting any daylight appear between the two of them.
Oliver Patton just fading somewhat here, back into around about 6th at the moment. A couple of metre lead from Shenson, but still has the shadow of Oscar Schofield on his shoulder. Working their way around this figure of 8 on the bottom half of the course. Huge lead now from the rest of the field. Schofield, his legs just starting to tighten up at the hips perhaps here. So far so good.
A very small 1 or 2 metre gap seems to be closed just a little bit between Shenson and Schofield now as they come round in that small figure 8 loop.
Well, that white hat is going to need a wash.
Yeah, it's not going to be quite as clean white anymore.
No, that's where you need the vanish, I'm sure. Oscar Schofield's mum will be dealing with that over the course of the weekend. Alexander just leading this chasing 3. Harry Maxwell slipping back into 5th. Oliver Patton just, I think, cut adrift somewhat now and maybe slightly going through the motions and going to have to dig deep as he starts to work his way up this slope.
Yeah, dig deep, exactly the words these athletes will be hearing, I'm sure, from their coaches, family and friends. This is where it starts to get really tough now at Liverpool. You've had the really tough boggy ground, it just drains the energy straight from your legs, but it's not quite close enough to home to sprint yet, but too far to ease off at all and give an inch to your competitors.
The Gibson North athlete at the front who's looked very composed throughout today. He won the Inter-Counties back in March at Loughborough. Took a good win there. Using all that experience to the good. It's first time in a while over the cross country, obviously, and a lot of athletes having to navigate their way through the track and field season. Schofield had a great one as well. Records and personal bests galore. And here they go, snaking their way up the slope. Well, they start to head between the trees and over the leaves and past the start line down towards the finish.
Yeah, not long to go now of this 5.5k under 17 men's event. It won't be long until we start to see a move, and in fact Oscar Schofield has moved into the lead.
Well, Shenson came second here at Liverpool 2 years ago as an under 15 athlete. Didn't compete 12 months ago, and there he is back to the front. Just that slight surge. Got a nice running style, just ticks over nicely and able to put the power down and shift gears when he needs to.
Yeah, looking like he maybe just found a slightly better line perhaps as he retakes the lead It won't be long now. They're going to be entering that start straight very shortly before the hairpin turn down towards the finish.
Well, just a look across from Schofield there, and Shenson has the lead. Bit of a determination on his face. Always a question, where do you want to be in that point? Do you want to be the chaser, or do you want to be the man in the lead? If you give too much too soon, your legs start to tie up. The man in third, that is Andrew McWilliam, and just sitting in behind him we have James Alexander and then Maxwell in fifth. The battle on at first, and Schofield has the lead once more. The grimace across the face.
Both athletes looking like they're beginning to give it absolutely everything and wind up for their final sprints as we make our way up this start straight for the final time in the under 17 men's.
Well, Schofield looks good, ticking over nicely. Shenson is there, who has led for so much of this race as they edge towards this right-handed hairpin bend, and Schofield, no room for comfort right now. They are shoulder to shoulder, and Shenson digging deep. Has Schofield got anything left? Is this the move that will take the win back to Scotland? And I think it is for Craig Shenson. Just in front. Schofield trying to respond, but can't quite get back level. Some run this is from Craig Shenson, the Giffnock North athlete in that yellow strip, storming away with 300 or 400 metres to go. It looks as if maybe he just overcooked it, but pure control, pure power in the final stages, and what a sprint finish. Look how much that means.
A great finish, of course, from Craig Shenson there. Very close behind Oscar Schofield in second place, and you can see the raw emotion coming out as he gives a big scream as he crosses the line.
Well, I love that to the camera as well, and I think Oscar Schofield was not too happy about coming second there.
He didn't look too pleased, but a great run from him nonetheless. A very, very hard fought second place.
Well, the Scottish team have come and they have conquered this under 17 race. There is Oliver Patton coming through, looked so strong earlier on. Ewan Thomas there as well, and a big finish from Craig Shenson to take the spoils at Sefton Park. A great run, loved the determination, the grit. He had to dig so deep in that final straight, but well worthy of the win. Away they go in the under 20 junior race. 201 athletes entered for this field. And they're just in the middle. The man in the blue Kentucky vest, number 895, is Ed Bird.
Ed Bird, definitely one to keep an eye on during this event. An 8:03 3,000 metre runner is Ed Bird, 18th at the World Cross Country in Australia.
Just trying to keep an eye out for who else is here.
Corey Campbell on the right hand side of your screen, number 906, based in Edinburgh, currently holder of 7 Scottish records, I should say.
Well, great stats. Can he get amongst the top 5 here, because that is what's going to take to get amongst the GB team for the European Cross in a couple of weeks' time.
One of the pre-race ones to watch, of course, James Dargan, unfortunately not starting today due to illness. So potentially another space there that he may have taken up. I'm sure he would have had his eyes on a spot to Brussels.
Well, I couldn't quite spot Luke Birdseye as well, that was amongst the start. I'd expected to see him. Maybe my eyes are deceiving me. It will all unveil itself over the next couple of laps. 2 long laps with the loop for the first time, which is the nut-shaped, peanut-shaped section around F on the map to the right of screen.
This field not quite spread out as quickly as some of the others that we've seen today. Still pretty jam-packed at the front of that race. Plenty of athletes there at the moment within touching distance of their spot at Euros.
Well, we're expecting this to be around just under 20 minutes. The senior women's race, which obviously incorporates the under-23 women's European trial, is up after this. We're already on race 11 of 13. Which is incredible how quickly this morning has already gone.
Time flies when you've got quality athletics that you can watch all day long. So absolutely brilliant morning. We have got a breakaway leader though. Just try and catch their race number as soon as we can.
That might be Jacob Deacon. 921.
Oh, Salford Harriers.
Birdseye is there, just in the light blue on the outside of Winterslow, Eton and Hounslow.
Yeah, number 921, Jacob Deacon, as you said, leading us out at the moment.
Sam Mills is there just in third, the smaller figure in the white vest with the black arm sleeves. Very accomplished the cross-country Sam Mills, been working his way up through the age groups nicely.
Harriers athlete George Cootie taking the lead now. Plenty still there though in that front pack of this under 20 boys race. All of them within striking distance currently. Any of those could make a move, so keep an eye out. Plenty of strong figures in that big lead group.
Shaftesbury Barnet vest is for Henry Dover near the front as well. Be lurking and keep an eye out for him. George Cootie is though at the front. Another man who likes the cap on backwards. Always a fan myself, I think it suits me personally. Not for everyone though. So there we have Cootie from Sam Mills of Exeter, and just sitting in behind in that red vest, the early leader, Jacob Deacon. And Ed Bird in that all blue Kentucky strip, just on the outside now, lurking, as you would expect.
Yeah, Ed Bird definitely one to keep an eye on as this race progresses. He will most certainly be looking to book his spot at the Eurocross in just 2 weeks' time in Brussels.
It's a great leading group. This is what you'd normally expect in a large field. Josh Blevins of Gateshead just on the outside there in front of Bird. Fraser Gilmore of Kilbarton AC is just lurking as well.
Still plenty of time to go in this race to see it unravel more and more as we progress.
Steady at the front now from Deacon. Bright red strip of Salford. Not too far for him to come over to Sefton Park. Dover. Just there. Mills in a good position. Mills, part of the GB team that went to Bathurst for the World Athletics Cross Country Championships earlier this year. GB under 20s finished 5th. It was a team of Ed Bird, Luke Birdseye, Jacob Deacon, who leads this race, finished 26th, and Sam Mills was 48th. So almost everybody that you would expect to be there is bang at the front. How good could they be heading to Brussels in a couple of weeks' time?
Yeah, what a strong team we could be fielding in this category. Absolutely everybody at the front of that race has more than a right to be there. Great CVs amongst all of them. Henry Dover still sat at the front of this race at the minute, taking out this lead pack. No one's giving an inch to anybody though, so it really is anybody's game as we come round into the start straight to begin the second lap of this race.
Well, tough to call at the moment. Sam Hodgson just on the outside, keeping in the mix-up. Keeping very, very wide.
Andrew McGill also in your shot there in the blue strip of Scotland, just behind the Shaftesbury Barnet man, Henry Dover.
Just trying to spot where everybody is and who perhaps has a bit more joy and smile on their face at the moment. Not too easy to see. Henry Dover though, Shaftesbury Barnet man, looking very good.
Yeah, looking very comfortable indeed, very strong, focused as he comes up that start straight, entering the second lap.
Well, just about to go past the screen on the left-hand side, and that light blue and yellow stripes of Windows and is Luke Birdseye, who is well down on the front at the moment. We've still got another lap and a loop to claw it out the bag. Would have expected to be near the front of this. Was part of the team that won gold at the European Cross Country Championships 12 months ago.
Yeah, very impressive junior career to date. Luke Birdseye, the IAAF champion in 2021, English Schools silver in 2023. So very talented young man indeed. Will most certainly be looking to try and make his way further up the field to get his spot in the team for 2 weeks' time.
Well, the top 5 automatically go across the line today. Sam Mills will be hoping to be one of them. The 6th spot for the under-20 men's team is discretionary down to form, fitness, previous cross-country experience. So maybe if perhaps today isn't quite the day for Luke Birdseye, perhaps he can convince the selectors otherwise ahead of Tuesday.
Looks like this lead group is starting to thin out now. We have 6 which look to have broken away, 2 off the front of 4.
Sam Mills 4th in that Eurocross under-20 race last year, which was a tough battle between Mick Griggs of Ireland and Will Barnicoat, who eventually came through to take the win. Sam Mills would have Nick Griggs to deal with once again, although he fell last week at the Irish Championships again, so he's hoping to be okay for the European Cross in Brussels in 2 weeks' time. Sam Mills looking good, Henry Dover looking good.
Henry Dover looking really strong, really comfortable as he comes across trying to negotiate this slightly boggy territory here. Sam Mills taking a very different race line there, but it looks like Henry Dover is still coming out on top.
Well, Sam Hodgson is currently sitting in 4th in that light blue. Got Josh Blevins in 5th at the moment. This could be an interesting team now. Ed Bird at the moment, as Dover just looks behind.
Sam Hodgson, of course, the Cardiff Cross winner in the under-20 race 2 weeks ago. He was 7th as well in the book short course earlier this year, so has some great cross-country experience under his belt. I'm sure he'll be happy and looking to make this cross team if he can hold on to his position in 4th at the moment.
Well, Lewis Small is the man in 3rd in the Ashford yellow vest. Currently sitting in one of the automatic selection spots. Just trying to pick out where the others are at the minute, in what order they currently sit. It will all become quite clear when we get to the finish. We're just trying to get foresight over it. This is Henry Dover. Now he's mud on his eye, not a cut or some fashion statement.
Still looking smooth, Henry Dover, but you are seeing that head begin to wobble ever so slightly, so maybe a small indicator of fatigue. Still moving very well though as he comes through well into his second lap, into the second half of his second lap, I should say.
He's just about to start snaking his way through the F section on the course. That's the peanut, this is the additional loop. So Lewis Small is there in 4th. Sam Mills now into 3rd. We have Sam Hodgson in the light blue of Windsor up into second. This is a great run from him. Really just started to grow through the gears and build his way up through this race. Dover though leads for Gateshead. Those hips maybe just starting to sink somewhat. Hodgson looks full of running.
He does. Hodgson's eyes set firmly on the back of Dover's vest. He will not be wanting to give that up anytime soon, especially after a win back in Cardiff. He'll be looking, I'm sure, to be as close to making this a double as possible. Dover may be looking slightly tired now, so he does have a chance of reeling him in, and Hodgson is breaking away from the other two.
Yeah, Hodgson looks good. Hodgson looks like he's en route to take the lead. This is such a challenging section. It only looks like a couple of little twists and turns, but it really does meander its way up the slope, and that is ever so challenging. Sam Mills in fourth. He was fourth at the Eurocross 12 months ago. Will just be wanting to make the team here and hopefully can pull something out the bag in 2 weeks' time. Looking to retain the team gold they had 12 months ago.
Dover still holding off Hodgson, taking a slightly wider line round that bend there, trying to avoid some really boggy patches. Holding off Hodgson for now, who's sat firmly on his shoulder.
Well, Ed Bird is currently in seventh, so outside those top 5 automatic spots.
I'm sure Ed Bird will be looking to improve on that and try and get his way into the European team. He is, of course, at the University of Kentucky at the minute. 18th at World Cross in Australia earlier on this year, so he would be hoping to make this team and do very well at the Europeans.
Well, he wouldn't have come home, would he, all this way just to come 7th at the trial. He is well committed to making that team, Ed Bird, but puts the selectors in an interesting position when Ed Bird and Luke Birdseye are outside the automatic top 5. Sam Hodgson, though, is looking so good at the moment. Dover digging deep, put himself in a strong position. Plenty of races in recent weeks. Ed Bird. The lead still with Hodgson and Windsor Slough Eaton and Hounslow.
Henry Dover not quite giving up yet. He's still working, still holding on to the back of Sam Hodgson. This race is not far from reaching its conclusion now as he begins to head towards the corner to turn up into the start straight for the final time. It's Sam Hodgson leading this under-20 men's trial for the European cross country in 2 weeks' time.
Well, Hodgson finished 10th here last year, outside the automatic places. Didn't get a chance to go to the European Cross or the World Cross Country Championships. Henry Dover was 22nd. This will be some climb from him. Mills now back into third. Just has to dig deep. And remember the torrid conditions that they experienced in Australia for the World Cross back in January.
Looks to be Henry Dover retaking the lead now as we come up the start straight for the final time, not far from the hairpin. It's going to be a very fast, strong finish between these two. Sam Hodgson working to stay on the back of Henry Dover the entire way. He's not going to want to give this up, especially after a win in Cardiff, which will help towards the British Cross Challenge points.
Well, for the first time we get a really clear view of our top 5, and rounding off the top 5 is Rowan Neal-Ingram from Radley. I'm just trying to work out, I think Bird is back in around about 9th at the moment. He only finished 6th here 12 months ago. Dover, though, storming away.
Rowan Neal-Ingram, of course, won the Cross Italica just 2 weeks ago, sorry. Henry Dover celebrating already as he comes down this home straight. Still away from the line. Sam Hodgson, I'm sure, putting everything he can into it to try and make a dent in that gap between them. But it looks to be Henry Dover. He's confident he's got it.
Well, what a moment this is for Henry Dover. He can't quite believe it. He doesn't really care if he doesn't win, because he knows even if he finishes in second, he is heading to Brussels and he's going to get that GB vest in 2 weeks' time. He has won the Sefton Park Cross here. Sam Hodgson, again, another man who had a big improvement on 12 months ago. He's back cheering to Rowan Meal Ingram. Sam Mills coming through. A big performance from the man at the front though, Henry Dover, because look how much that means to him.
Celebrations huge for all of those qualifying and getting their place at the Euro Cross Country in 2 weeks' time. But we are underway now with the senior women's race, 8.1 kilometres, and the very familiar figure of Jess Judd, right central of the race start line.
Well, smiles and tears for Henry Dover. What a moment that is, the Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier. A huge, huge performance. Well deserved, but the women's race has many, many tales to tell over the next 20 minutes or so.
It most certainly does. Plenty of big names looking to contend for their spot on the trip to Brussels in 2 weeks. Ones to watch: Melissa Courtney Bryant, of course, Abby Donnelly, Jess Warner-Judd, Amelia Quirk in there as well, Izzy Fry, some huge names, and that doesn't even touch the sides of the stacked start line for this race.
Well, slightly different to the juniors, because in the senior races it is the top 4 that automatically go to the European cross country. The other 2 will be decided by selectors. Last year the top 4 were Jess Warner-Judd, Megan Keith, Abby Donnelly and Amy Eloise Markovic. And no Amy Eloise Marcotes this year. So Jess Warner-Judd, who has won 3 times in the senior women's race at Sefton Park. She is an absolute machine when it comes to winning here at the Liverpool Cross Challenge.
She is.
Can she make it through in a bounce is the question.
We'll have to see. She does know this like the back of her hand, like you say. She knows exactly how to run this course and how to run it fast. Megan Keith, of course, fresh off the back of a fantastic dominating run at Cardiff 2 weeks ago, sat there at the front with Jess Warner-Judd.
Well, Megan Keith, perhaps a story of the summer, because she was not expected to medal at the UKA Championships at Sport City. She did. She came in the top 2. She got the qualifying time and went to the World Championships in Budapest and put up a fine showing there over the 5,000 metres. She is, of course, the Euro Under-20 cross-country champ from 2021. Part of the team back then as well. Finished second in the Under-23s last year and took team gold then.
Of course, the Under-23s are in with the seniors in this race as well. Absolutely stacked, like we said. All the names you'd expect to be up there are most certainly there at the beginning of this race. To the left of your screen there, we can see Izzy Fry as well. She had a great race at Cardiff a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, Izzy Fry, someone that perhaps back to her best. She's the World University's cross-country champion as well. Can't forget the lady in 4th at the moment, Melissa Courtney Bryant, finalist in that absolutely mega 1500 metres at the World Championships this summer. Back on the mud. What can she do?
It's going to be really interesting to see how this race plays out. There's so much that could happen in this race and so many strengths that these women have to play to, and it'll be really interesting to see how they use that throughout the course of this 8.1 kilometre course.
Well, so many stories to be told. This Liverpool Cross Challenge features many of the local Liverpool and District cross-country races as well. Abby Donnelly just in that light blue and orange vest on the right hand side of the picture. Keep an eye out for her.
To the right of her, Amelia Quirk's just made a cut across, looking for some firmer ground maybe as she negotiates that first start straight yet again. Gets very soft and splashy down there, so not surprising at all.
Alex Millard, just 12.02. She's an under 23. Was 8th in this race 12 months ago. Had a good start to the year, performing at the European under 23s in the 1500 metres. Just be looking to make the team for the under 23s here.
Sarah Astin in that pack as well. She'll be looking to contend. She won the national bronze at the cross country in Bolesworth Castle earlier on this year at the end of last cross country season, so she'll definitely be looking to put herself in some dangerous positions to threaten places for some of the other athletes.
Yeah, Sarah Astin, great story from the national earlier this year, taking that fine gold medal, and then just last month getting gold for Belgrave as part of the national cross country relays. 10th here last year. Can she get amongst the top 6 or 7? That would surely put her in with a great shout of making the team, when you factor in the under 23s. And this senior women's race, it's 1 short lap and 2 long laps. We're just towards the start of this long lap, and there is Megan Keith, Abby Donnelly and Jess Judd in the top 3.
Izzy Fry looking to hang on the back of Jess Judd here. Of course, third, just behind Jess Judd at the Cardiff Cross Challenge. Izzy Fry did have a fantastic run there, so I'm sure she'll be looking to do as much as she can to stay in that position.
Amelia Quirk just slightly out of picture, sitting back in 5th at the moment. 25th at the World Cross Country Championships earlier this year.
Amelia Quirk shadowed move for move as well by Melissa Courtney Bryant there. So those two, I'm sure, will be looking to begin to bridge that gap and get themselves within the automatic qualification spots.
There's been some great tussles between Jess Judd and Abby Donnelly in recent times. They were 8th and 9th respectively at the European Cross 12 months ago. Part of the team which took a team silver for Great Britain. We're definitely capable of more. We are for sure capable of that gold, and Megan Keith leading this race at the moment. She was 2nd and took team gold for the under 23 team last year. What a weapon she can be for our senior women in Brussels in 2 weeks' time.
Absolutely, Megan Keith looking so strong there as she powers down through that straight into the boggy patch of the course, shadowed of course by Abby Donnelly.
Jess Judd then, just sitting there, Jess Warner Judd rather, old habits die hard, just back into 4th. Izzy Fry looking back to her best.
Yeah, Izzy's definitely going to be looking to make this team 9th at the Eurocross in 2021, so I'm sure looking to reach that standard and higher as she moves into this cross-country season. But look at Megan Keith, so strong, so in control of this race so far.
Well, there's your top 4.
Jess Judd not quite giving up on Izzy Fry just yet, coming back past her at this stage of the race.
Keith looking strong, buoyed by that excellent summer campaign as they hit the first third of the long lap done. See all the athletes following them around the course. Easy to forget that Megan Keith, after a strong summer, is still only an under 23 and will have chance to best the silver that she won 12 months ago individually at the Eurocross.
Absolutely, and what a young talent she is shaping up to be. Going to be a fantastic team member moving forward for major championships for British Athletics.
Abby Donnelly, incredibly strong. Do not discount her just yet. This is still early days, lots of running for Megan Keith at the front on her own.
Yeah, absolutely plenty of time left yet for this race to unfold even more. So keep an eye on Abby Donnelly and any moves that she might look to make. Jess Warner-Judd and Izzy Fry still in pursuit of Abby Donnelly. They have a bit of daylight between them and Amelia Quirk behind them now.
Well, the nature of cross country, sometimes it's more difficult to spot who's in the places outside the lead. Warner-Judd looking good.
Fry not wanting to let go of the back of Warner-Judd as they come round into this course.
Izzy Fry. Experience at the European Cross Country Championships, finished 9th in the under-23s in 2021. Finished 21st here last year, wasn't at her best 12 months ago, certainly looking like that now. But Keith, though, is absolutely flying.
She is giving us another run similar to that of Cardiff a couple of weeks ago. Completely dominant, a really strong show for us to watch.
I said it before, this is one of the toughest parts of the course. This is the F section on the map, where it's peanut shaped, we said. Maybe that's not an accurate description of what it looks like, but they have to snake their way up and round past some of these tents. Megan Keith, dominant.
Absolutely dominant, no other word for it. A fantastic run from her already. Not too far to go now once she completes this peanut loop. And she'll be heading round the back of the trees, sweeping round behind the start line very soon.
Oh, she's not too far off 4K complete so far in this 8-kilometre course. Trying to keep an eye out for where everybody else is. Amelia Quirk is still in 5th, and Melissa Courtney-Bryan is in 6th. But this is Megan Keith, looking controlled. Just giving us that side eye, trying to spot where Donnelly is. That is determination on the face.
Determination and absolute focus. This will not be taken away from Megan Keith anytime soon.
Lovely fluid running style of Abby Donnelly. This just goes to show how tough the course is. Megan Keith making light work of it at the moment. You only have to run with quick feet, light feet, try and skip through the traffic.
Gliding over that mud in a way that not many athletes can do. Sinking in that mud is one of the hardest things to combat during a cross country.
Oh, we're going to get a better shot here of where some of the other places are and who may or may not be amongst the top 4 for both the under-23 and the seniors. At the moment we know Megan Keith is leading the race. She's the first under-23, and Abby Donnelly in the blue and orange behind her is the first senior. Behind her, Jessica Warner-Judd and then Izzy Fry. Those 3 at the moment inside the top 4 automatic selection spots for the GB team for the Eurocross in 2 weeks' time. And just out of picture, it looks like Alex Millard is now up into 5th overall, just toe to toe with Amelia Quirk. So we've got 8 athletes at the moment in shot, 2 of which are under 23s. Melissa Courtney Bryant just at the moment slightly outside the top 4, putting a good showing in, and there is plenty of running to go. Jessica Warner-Judd and Izzy Fry battling hard at the moment, trying to find that clean course. Amelia Quirk is there in the yellow vest. Alex Millard, the under 23, just moving in front of her now.
Absolutely, and what a show so far we've had from the senior women. Strong runs all the way through in those contenders for the European team spots.
Millard picking up bronze as part of the GB team. She was 3rd individually, so got the bronze, got the team gold at the Eurocross under 23s last year. She won Bucks cross country as well. Again, another athlete that's having a great year. 6th over the 1500 metres at the European under 23, looking for another vest in Brussels in 2 weeks' time. Alex Millard. There is Avi Donnelly. This is the part of the course where your legs really start to hurt. You're around about 5k in. Good shot to see the athletes snaking around. All sorts, Olympians to athletes at the very end of their careers competing here at Sefton Park.
Absolutely, you do get a wide spread here at the Liverpool Cross Challenge, but that just showcases the strength in depth we have in British endurance running currently. Lots of juniors coming through, as well as the under 23 age group that we're looking to make some sort of wave as they move up into the seniors. Megan Keith still looking very strong as she floats over the mud of this boggy section at the back of the course.
Well, it's incredibly exciting for everybody around the course and for those watching back at home. Thanks for joining Rosie and I on British Athletics TV for all of this. We still have one more race to come. That is the senior men's race, including the under 23 European cross trial. This, though, at the front of the senior women's race is Megan Keith, who is absolutely flying. There is Izzy Fry.
Izzy Fry looking like she's put a bit of a gap between her and Jess Warner-Judd there. Warner-Judd maybe just tiring a little bit on the thick mud that she's having to contend with. Izzy Fry looking incredibly strong, like she's having a fantastic race. But back to Megan Keith, what a run this has been.
Incredible, absolutely incredible. Keith, great win in Cardiff. To make the double here. There is, of course, not just places on the team for the European cross at stake. The British Athletics Cross Challenge Series, adding points and big prizes at the end. It will all be unveiled as we get towards the back end. This is the second race of 5. We still have the Scottish Cross Challenge race, London at Parliament Hill, where they're going to put on a very big night of 10k PB style day, and then in March at a venue to be announced in due course, the final of the British Athletics Cross Challenge Series.
That final in March, I'm sure, will be a great event as well. So hopefully plenty of athletes running at that, all looking to make serious impact on their final standings, hopefully with some prize money to take away, often for the winners.
Well, Megan Keith Looks exactly as she did one whole lap ago, which is composed, full of speed and full of running. Great at this part of the course when you're in the lead as well, and you're getting to pick off some of the athletes towards the back of the pack.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant to help maintain that focus, keep that stride length going, especially as Megan Keith is out in front on her own. It really just gives her something to work for, someone to pick off every few minutes or every few strides. It just helps keep her ticking along like the metronome she looks like right now.
Oh, that is the right word. She is metronomic at the moment. Abby Donnelly is something like 75, 80 metres back, I think, at the moment, just based on viewing. Sometimes difficult to gauge, but Keith looking strong.
Megan Keith really just eating this course up stride by stride, leaving everybody else in her wake. As we just said, looking full of running, like she could have started just 2 minutes ago, really.
Alex Millard and Amelia Quirk haven't quite managed to close the gap on Jessica Warner-Judd. Izzy Fry, though, in a great place in third. She's the second senior woman at the moment, well on course to book a place on the plane to Brussels.
Something I'm sure Izzy Fry will be very, very proud of. A brilliant comeback from her, back to some top form this season, like we saw in Cardiff a couple of weeks back.
There is Megan Keith still bobbing and weaving her way through. Well, you say that it's a great thing to be able to pick off athletes and chase through them, keeps your focus. In the National Cross earlier this year, when Gemma Steele was neck and neck with Sarah Aston, Gemma Steele in the last K managed to bump into an athlete who she was going past. Didn't knock her off a stride, in all fairness, but can sometimes be challenging when the course comes to a tightening point or a turner.
Of course, and those athletes, of course, have as much right to be there as those at the front, so definitely something to look out for if you're competing in a pack. Your attention often just on those that you're competing with.
Megan Keith just had a very long look to the right to try and work out if she could pick out who was in second. I'm not quite sure she would have done, because there's a lot of athletes on this twisty and turny section. It is Abby Donnelly still in second, who is putting in a great showing at the moment. Donnelly, who was third last year here at Liverpool in just outside 27 minutes. I wonder if Megan Keith's going to go any faster than Jess Warner-Judd did 12 months ago, which was 27 minutes and 17 seconds. Not that it makes any difference in cross country. This is about the win, it's about the position. Good to see just how well they are running in terms of pace.
Of course, always interesting to see, but absolutely about those finish positions in cross country, as it is all through the winter, unless of course we venture into the indoors.
It's definitely a challenging part of the course. You can see the leaves now just started to part.
Yeah, definitely a very hard part to negotiate, especially when you're as tired as you are at that part of the course as well. But here comes Megan Keith once again, rounding that corner onto the start straight.
Well, when Megan Keith does come into the finish, we are going to have an interesting way to see who crosses the line behind. And remember, there are 4 automatic places for not only the senior women but the under 23 women as well, and Megan Keith is going to go as part of this under 23 women's team. Looks like she's going to be joined by Alex Millard, who currently is around about 5th place, putting in a good showing, bettering her 8th place finish 12 months ago. We've also got Eloise Walker to keep an eye out for, who went as part of the GB under 23 team 12 months ago. This is Abby Donnelly looking good in second.
Smile coming across Megan Keith's face now. She knows she's won it. She knows she's on that plane to Brussels in 2 weeks' time. Around the corner she goes and into that home straight.
Well, she had a tough battle in the final kilometre 12 months ago here at Sefton Park against Jess Warner-Judd. But today, Megan Keith has been a different machine. She's upgraded the tyres, she's got new suspension and a brand new engine as well. Buttered up by the World Championships in the summer over 5,000 metres. Megan Keith, who took silver at the European Cross individually as an under-23 12 months ago, looks set to dominate in Brussels in 2 weeks' time. She has dominated here at Sefton Park, and Megan Keith, a few waves down the home stretch, a big smile as well, and look, nobody behind her. This is how much it means. Megan Keith taking the win in Liverpool for this Cross Challenge Series. She books her place on the plane to Brussels.
And what a run that was. Commanding win. There's no other term for it. Abby Donnelly now coming down that home straight, looking to take the first senior spot on the plane to Brussels. Megan Keith looking absolutely chuffed with her run and her performance today.
Well, Abby Donnelly, not a stranger to the European Cross Country Championships. She put in a fantastic performance last year and 2 years ago as well. She got a silver in 2022, a silver as part of the team. Last year, a silver. And then just coming across the line now is Izzy Fry, the second senior. She looks delighted.
Fantastic for Izzy Fry and Jess Warner-Judd. Izzy Fry making the team this year will be absolutely fantastic. She'll be looking, I'm sure, to better her 9th place from the Eurocross in 2021.
Just flying across the line. And just trying to keep an eye out for who is who. Poppy Tank coming through. And Poppy Tank, the 5th athlete in the senior women's. She finished 6th overall. 7th overall rather. We're just trying to note down where everybody has finished. It is incredibly complex. Just coming across the line now, this is Sarah Aston, the national cross country champion. Behind her in the glasses was Holly Rees. And next to her Sophie Tarver of Wirral as well.
Olivia Mason crossing the line there in her Adidas strip.
There's Jenny Nesbitt. Well, tough old running out there. We know for sure that in the senior women's, Abby Donnelly, Izzy Fry, Jess Warner-Judd and Amelia Quirk are going as the 4 automatics. Poppy Tank finished in 7th overall, but she was the 5th senior woman, so she will have to wait and see whether she's done enough to make the team. Megan Keith wins the race overall, and it was Alex Millard who was 5th overall but the 2nd under 23, so we will see Keith and Millard once again at the European Cross Country Championships. Melissa Courtney there alongside Julie Anderson of Coventry, just fading slightly in that final lap. A great performance all round, great race.
Fantastic race. What a race to watch, and what a race to be there as a spectator. Fantastic to see, absolutely brilliant, and great to have such a strong team being fielded in Brussels in 2 weeks' time.
Well, in around half an hour we have the start of the senior men's race, which is the European trial for the seniors and the under 23s. We will bring you all of that and leave you with pictures of this conclusion of the senior women's race. But it is the senior men up at 2:05 in around about half an hour's time.
Why not? Like a bit of a banky. Like a campy, yeah? Getting lots of in the middle of the Liverpool road.
Catherine's given me a bit of orders next week.
I'm not bothering with the board.
Here's one on there.
So when you try to finish, so I'll pass one more stuff down and you'll go down. Yeah. That's it, I'll come round and give you all a hand so you can pass it down and just pass it down. Yeah, because I ran with Duncan. The other Duncan, yeah. Wow, and then just go to the left hand. Like this instead, yeah, so creative, yeah. Make sure you get the good side when I run past. Got a little table. Yeah, it's stuff out there. You know what, that's all the
Well, welcome back to our final race of the day here from Sefton Park in the British Athletics Cross Challenge Series. This is the senior men's and under 23 men's race incorporating the European cross country trial. A lot of names on the list for this one, about 1,000 entries, most of which you can see in front of you now.
An absolutely stacked race we have up next for you. As just mentioned, this race incorporates the trials for the European Cross Country Championships taking place in 2 weeks' time in Brussels. There are lots of big hitters here today hoping to secure their spot on that team.
Well, we'll go through some of the runners and risers in this race as things start to unfold.
A little under a minute now until they are due to get underway. 9.8 kilometres this course as the athletes are moved forwards to the start line.
Well, this is where the heart starts thumping and it becomes incredibly intense. You need to find your own way through. Well, 3 long laps with the loop incorporated separates these men and the finish line.
What a race this could shape up to be. 9.8 kilometres over those 3 long laps on a very churned up course in Sefton Park, Liverpool. Plenty of races have gone earlier on in the day, so that course is nice and muddy. So it'll be interesting to see who comes out on top here in Liverpool.
Well, just trying to get a gauge of who's there, and front and centre 1:3:70, that is Mark Scott. To the left of him 2 places, that's Zach Mohammed. I'm just trying to work out who else may be there, but it'll all come out in the wash, as they say.
Rory Leonard on the right of the screen. He'll be looking to book his place on the under 23 team.
We have a lot of names on our list, some runners and risers, because remember, we are not just selecting the senior men's team, we're selecting the under 23 team for Brussels in 2 weeks' time. They've made the team, which will be announced on Tuesday. They'll be heading there to try and bring back some silverware for Great Britain. For 2 years ago, last year, we topped the medal table, 10 medals all in. It was a fabulous affair.
The senior and under 23 men, of course, looking to make the team, will be joining what appears to be a very, very strong under 23 and senior women's side that was built up in the last race. Top 4, of course, from the under 23 and senior women's races are automatically selected, and the discretionary spots must wait until Tuesday when the team is announced.
Well, this is always the interesting spot. Who's here, who's not here?
Early leader is Cameron Allen, number 1235. He spent a year over at Adams State recently and has a 4:03 time for the mile.
Good to see Hugo Milner near the front as well, wearing the strip of derby and the black woolly hat. Had a tough old year. Hugo Milner, triathlete, was at Harvard, was 9th in this race 2 years ago. Only raced twice this year. This is the 3rd time he's towed the start line, so great to see him back in action. There's Hugo Miller just in 4th at the moment behind Zach Mohammed, Rory Leonard and Cam Allen at the front.
Cam putting a bit of daylight between him and Rory Leonard in the very early stages. Rory Leonard not looking too panicked, really happy to just sit and cruise ahead of Zach Mohammed there. as the leader for the under-23 race.
Mark Scott around about 11th or 12th at the moment. Just see on the back of the vest, that's the under-23 mark, and the athletes that may or may not be part of the team in Brussels. This section is absolute mud bath.
Nice big stream of athletes coming through at the front of our race. Several of these men will be looking to book their spot on the team in 2 weeks' time. Absolutely stacked field in the top half so far. Each of these men in with a shout, and everybody still in contention. We've
got the Wheeler brothers there in the black strips of Milton Keynes. They finished 7th and 8th, would you believe it, in Cardiff 2 weeks ago. Looking around about there, the leading with the 50 or so. Still everybody in contention at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely no big breakaway leaders in these very early stages. Cameron Allen, though, still taking the race out. Sat nicely behind him, Hugo Milner in second place, of course, last year's runner-up. So I'm sure he'll be looking to do one better here at Sefton Park today.
Well, you can see the number of bodies just surrounding the course, keeping an eye on absolutely everyone.
And there is a lot to keep an eye on. This race is so jam-packed, anything really could happen, so definitely keep an eye on. Pay attention to who is where, and these spectators will be doing exactly the same.
Jay Woodfield in there for Wirral, inside the top 20 at the minute, went last year to the European Cross, part of the under-23 team, picked up a good medal there.
Cam Allen still looking really comfortable, striding out at the front. Hugo Milner, though, looking to come past him now and just begin to up the pace a little bit.
Harris Cross in there near the front too. Part of the Aldershot team that took a silver at the National Cross Country Relays. No James Kingston on the entry list for this one, the National Cross Country champion from earlier this year. Jack Gray, who won silver in that race, is amongst the men on the start line today. Hugo Milner at the front. As I say, great to see him back. Won a couple of legs as part of the Cross Challenge 2 years ago in Cardiff and Milton Keynes. Really does take a good time for these athletes to get spread out. Just back in 5th, that is Jack Rowe with the long black arm sleeves, sitting behind Mark Scott, who has now just moved up into 4th. Mark Scott, great talent. Not seen enough of him this year. Was 16th in the Cardiff. Scott, a few years since he won that World Indoor bronze medal over 3,000 metres.
This field still looking very tightly knit at the front end. These athletes all within distance to stay in contention, stay within control of the race, all looking pretty comfortable so far. Hugo Milner still out in the front, Rory Leonard behind him, Zach Mohammed from Rory Leonard. We saw a little bit of pushing and shoving there as they come down that short, sharp downhill is a very difficult part of the course to negotiate. It's got really churned up during today. It's got lots of leaves falling on it, really wet mud, so it's a very difficult part to negotiate. Hopefully this time round not too challenging, as their legs should still be relatively fresh.
Well, Zach Mohammed's there amongst it, a man that was part of the GB squad that went to the European Cross 12 months ago. Did really well, came away with an individual silver in the under 23 category and a team gold in the under 23s as well. No Mohammed here today, his brother, who is starting to progress nicely on the roads. Plenty of heads just bobbing and weaving amongst all of this.
George Wheeler on the left-hand side of your shot in the MK Distance Project strip. He of course had a very good run at Cardiff just over 2 weeks ago. Former Lamar student.
Callum Johnson, 1318, that white and red Gateshead strip there, around about 25 places back. Inter-county champion in the cross-country back in 2022. National Cross Country Championships in 2020 as well. What a performance that was, one of the great races at the National Cross.
Our leaders now well into their second lap of 3. They seem to be eating up the distance of this course very nicely so far in this first half.
Well, it's always interesting, isn't it? You've got to be near the front if you want to contest for those top places. Remember, it's only the top 4 that are guaranteed, and there's Jack Rowe just doing his job at the front, trying to take some of the lead. Rory Leonard surging again.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like some tactical games may have already begun. Rory Leonard not quite happy to sit back and let Jack Rowe take the lead and control the pace on this one. I think Rory quite likes to be in the driving seat, judging by this performance so far.
Just in around about 7th, we can see Will Barnacote just amongst these leaders. He's an under 23. We'll be looking to contest for medals once more. Will Barnacote, of course, picking up a great gold as a junior at the European Cross last year, that big battle against Nick Griggs. Starts to spread out as we get towards the back end of the field. Remember, this isn't just the British Athletics Cross Challenge Series race. This is, of course, local Mid-Lancashire League, Liverpool and District Leagues as well. So plenty of potential prizes to pick up for all athletes.
Absolutely, and always great to see the numbers on the start line like we've seen today, especially in the senior men's race. Absolutely jam-packed, full of people and stacked to the highest degree of domestic talent.
Yeah, just trying to keep an eye on who's amongst the under 23s. The Wheelers are still there, stride by stride, can't miss them.
Couple of slips and trips by some of our leaders in that boggy section as they look to negotiate that part of the course for the second time today. It's only going to get boggier and boggier as hundreds and hundreds of feet come across it during today's race and earlier events, of course.
Scott Beattie is in about 3rd at the moment, the Morpeth Harrier.
A small gap appearing now between Hugo Milner and Rory Leonard and the rest of the pack. Jack Rowe leading that small pack of chasers of about 4 athletes. A very small gap, of course, one that can definitely be closed with a rather small move.
A strong running from Milner. Mohammed is there, Scott is there, Rowe is there, Beattie is there. Scott Beattie, the UK champion over 5k back in September, came 9th at the World Athletics Road Running Champs over 5k too.
Jack Rowe, of course, at the in the front part of that race, has fond memories of Sefton Park, Liverpool, winning here in 2021. So I'm sure he'll be looking to close the gap that has formed between Hugo Milner and Rory Leonard, and he'll be looking to pull that back and claim his spot on the Euro team.
And the hat's off from Milner. And he's looking very, very good as we come around the halfway section of this race. Rory Leonard, another athlete who's had a great campaign. Rory Leonard, the European Under-23 champion, over 10,000 metres. Great win from him. I think he might have had the same hat on during that race, actually.
Maybe looking to become part of a superstition for Rory Leonard, potentially, with that cap, trademark cap. He trains in it often as well, I've noticed. He's also been out in Font relatively recently, but it does look to be a bit of a breakaway now from Hugo Milner.
Well, it's the sleeves coming off from Rory Leonard, the hat's still on, getting a bit warm, knows he has to start digging deep and getting amongst the mud. Good target in Hugo Milner, who looks very, very smooth for a man that is not full of racing and has only raced twice this year, Hugo Milner, and that was way back at the beginning of the year. Great to see him performing well.
Speaking of getting a little warm, Hugo Milner did ditch his hat just a few metres ago as well, looking like it is starting to get, like the work rate is just starting to get to these athletes maybe a little bit.
Well, that's what we like to see, athletes starting to adapt and adjust as they come through. Hugo Milner not raced since June, part of the BMC Grand Prix, over 5,000 metres. Hugo Milner 32nd in the European Cross Country Championships last year as part of the GB team. GB not amongst the men's team medals 12 months ago, but did win the under-23 men's team, so we definitely have the talent, definitely the ability, just need the athletes to opt to compete. Sometimes difficult though if you've had a long track season, not quite feeling ready to dip your feet into the mud so soon into your winter training campaign.
Absolutely, but with a full showing of British talent, we really could be dominant there over in Brussels in a couple of weeks' time. So let's hope the team selected really are going to give it their all in Brussels. I'm sure they will.
Milner looking good, Leonard looking good. Coming towards the conclusion of their second lap.
Leonard really negotiating that challenging part of the course really nicely as he comes down there, looking towards the start of his third lap. Chased down by Jack Rowe. Jack Rowe, of course, will be wanting to make this team. He's training down at St Mary's at the moment. He's a 13:20 5,000 metre runner. Definitely has the pedigree to be here.
Well, as it stands, the GB senior men top three in this race. It's Milner from Rowe just on the left and Zach Mohammed, Rory Leonard on the right of picture. The first under 23. We are trying to pick out who that may be. Oh, there is Matt Stonier as well. Wondered when he might crop up. Matt Stonier, one of the under 23s, vying for a spot once again on the team.
Stonier closely followed by Barnicoat as well, so those two be looking to battle it out over the course of the next 3 kilometres or so.
There's Oscar Bell, Hearts Phoenix. Rory Leonard, I think, just getting reeled in slightly by Jack Rowe.
Yeah, it looks like it. Hugo Milner striding away. That gap seems to have grown quite considerably in the latter section of that second lap. Zach Mohammed as well on the shoulder of Jack Rowe as they pull in Rory Leonard. Leonard, of course, an under 23.
We also had Toma Tarragano, who was amongst those leading athletes in and around the top 10 or 15. Tarragano, part of the under 23 6 at the European Cross last year as well. Well, there's Hugo Milner weaving his way through. A great lead at the moment. This would be an outstanding performance. As you mentioned earlier, Rosie, he was second here last year. Tough old day, different type of course, same route, but very, very different in terms of conditions. Emile Keres was the winner 12 months ago. Mark Scott was in third, Jack Rowe was in fourth, Mohammed was in fifth. Some of those names still here.
Yeah, several of those names yet again looking to add to their call-up selection. Jack Rowe still looking to chase Rory Leonard down. Leonard maybe looking as if he's realised Jack Rowe has reeled him in a little bit and potentially picked up the pace ever so slightly.
Well, it will all come to a very rapid conclusion over the next 10 minutes. Hugo Milner, the tall figure, looking very comfortable at the moment for a man that has not had much racing in his legs.
Absolutely, he's just gliding across the mud as things stand, making it look like absolutely light work as he negotiates that really boggy section at the back of the course.
Got to have strong feet, strong ankles to chop your way through this. All the other runners to his left must just be thinking, can I jump on his back and get him to drag me through, because it would be a lot easier
absolutely
than running this.
Absolutely, the envy when you see an athlete of Hugo Milner's calibre glide across the mud like that when the rest of us are having the energy sucked from our legs.
Absolutely. Milner, though, weaving his way through. This is just great for the mind, isn't it, when you're having to cut past people. It really does keep you engaged. It's so easy when you're in front to lose concentration, and Hugo Milner at the moment using these other runners to his advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great way to keep your attention on the task at hand, especially when you have cut away from the rest of the pack in such a fashion of Hugo Milner.
Rory Leonard, last time we saw him, was just being pulled in by Jack Rowe. I'm sure we'll see in a second just how that looks. Well, this bottom figure eight part of the course, Hugo Milner has wrapped up for the final time. He'll have to head upstream and weave his way in and around the F section of the course, the additional loop.
And there's Rory Leonard coming through. A lot of daylight between him and Hugo Milner now. Jack Rowe still sat on his shoulder.
Zach Mohammed is there in fifth, I think, and maybe even Callum Johnson, the Gateshead Harrier, in a good place at the moment. Matt Stonia up amongst it as well, and looks like that could be Joe Wigfield there. Will Barnacote's just outside the top 10 at the moment, but one of the leading under 23 athletes. It's all to play for. That is Callum Johnson of Gateshead. The Wheelers are there as well.
There is still a lot up for grabs. Clearly these athletes are still fairly tightly packed for those that aren't right off the front, such as Hugo Milner.
Well, Jack Rowe just flying past your screen. This is probably the best opportunity we're going to get to see where he will contest, or whether he will try and challenge even Rory Leonard. It's quite a narrow section of the course when you're going around all these twists and turns. It's on the map around the F part of the course to the right hand side of your screen if you're trying to keep up to date with where we are. And that gap just starting to close slightly, and maybe this is going to be Jack Rowe making his move.
Yeah, we can see that gap's just closed from about 5 metres down to 1 between Jack Rowe and Rory Leonard. Leonard still with his cap on, like we mentioned earlier, potentially a superstition thing. He did ditch the arm sleeves earlier on in the course, about a lap ago.
Just keeps the mud out your hair as well on a day like today. I would absolutely be doing the same. Milner so far, no physical obstructions in his way. A convincing lead at the head of this race. The battle really on for the remaining places. Only the top 4 automatically go through. Jack Rowe in the black shorts, Rory Leonard in the cap, and Rowe just trying to gauge at which point he should break. He's been there lurking within 5 metres of Rory Leonard. Matt Stonier is behind him, Callum Johnson, Zach Mohammed.
Leonard still managing to hold off Jack Rowe. The gap looks like it's opened up just a little bit more to about 2 or 3 metres again now. Potentially down to a better line run by Rory Leonard through what is looks deceivingly dry. It's a rather boggy patch of the course, that section.
It's tough as well, isn't it? You've got all these bodies that you're trying to work your way around, and unfortunately you're going uphill and you're trying to overtake people, so it makes it very, very challenging. Hugo Milner though, tall, long striding figure from Derby, making light work at the moment as he heads into the trees.
Hugo Milner looking as if nothing is going to come in his way now. He's looking very, very strong as he sweeps down into what will be the beginning of the conclusion of his final lap.
Well, he knows he's not got much to go, and he just seems to have another injection of life, but this is where it gets tricky. He's got 3 or 4 bodies abreast in front of him. This can really slow you down. Fortunately, the field only around 1,000 athletes, whereas something at the National Cross you're talking 3,000, which makes it even more challenging. And Hugo Milner now trying to find the dry patch around the outside.
Looking for the best line now. Hugo Milner comes up into that start straight for the final time. He'll contend this boggy straight up until the hairpin turn, in which he'll come round and finish down the home straight.
We had a good celebration from Ian Hewitt of Liverpool Running Club, and there is Rory Leonard on the right in the cap. On the left it's Jack Rowe, behind him Callum Johnson, the former national cross country champion, Matt Stonier, the under 23, second under 23 at the moment, behind him Zach Mohammed. We know how strong he can be, but this is Hugo Milner's race, and they are lining up to applaud him home, because this has been an outstanding performance from Hugo Milner, Rosie.
Yeah, what a performance it has been. It's been commanding, dominating, and so strong from Hugo. It's brilliant to see him bettering his position from last year. He rounds that hairpin turn and down the final straight he'll go.
Well, for a man that has only raced twice this year, we've barely seen him since he competed at the European Cross Country Championships 12 months ago. He is going to be Britain's leading light in the senior men's category. He has dominated here at Sefton Park, and Hugo Milner, another look over his shoulder, but he will still not see anybody because no one is lining up behind him. The race is really on for second and third, but Hugo Milner, the man from Derby, has annihilated the rest of the field in Liverpool. I don't think he'll quite believe it. A lack of racing under his belt, but Hugo Milner, the champion from Derby, he has won the European Cross Country Trial, and he's still looking behind because nobody has crossed the line with him. A wonderful performance. The hat came off and Hugo Milner went away, but the battle really on for second here. Jack Rowe fighting, Rory Leonard trying to hold on to that second spot. Matt Stonia with the speed from the 1500 on the outside, and Stonia comes through to take it. It is Rowe that gets third, Leonard in fourth, Callum Johnson, what a great performance from him as well, in fifth, and just trying to wrap it up. There we have Zach Mohammed coming through to take sixth in the end. And Callum Elson of Cambridge and Coleridge in around about seventh in the end. What a challenge. My word, Joe Wigfield just crossing the line, and there's Mark Scott way down on his third place finish from 12 months ago. Will Barnacote as well. I think he's definitely going to be one of the top four automatically through for the under 23s. But dressed in the vest of Derby, Hugo Milner, outstanding today.
Absolutely. And you can see by that smile on his face, it means everything. What a brilliant return to Sefton Park.
Well, I think we're just going to have to try and have a quick tot up who has made the team for the senior men, because for the under 23s we've got Rory Leonard, we've got Matt Stonia, we've got Will Barnacote as the top three. For the senior men we have Hugo Milner, we have Jack Rowe, we have Zach Mohammed, and then we also had, I think, was it
Callum Johnson.
Callum Johnson, who makes the team as the fourth automatic person, and Callum Elson, who I think was the fifth in the end. For the senior men, we'll have to wait and see whether he has done enough. But my word, that is absolutely breathless.
Isn't it? What a race that was, and I'm sure that wait till the teams are announced for Callum Elson, he's put himself in good stead with previous performances relatively recently. I'm sure he'll be cautiously hopeful going into that selection, but plenty of other athletes also crossing the line that will have half an eye on that selection as well.
Well, a great return to form from Callum Johnson as well, the national cross champion in 2020 pre-COVID, which would have scuppered some of his progress, just winning that title about a month before the COVID lockdown. He's run a 2:13 marathon this year, Callum Johnson. But Callum Elson from Cambridge and Coleridge, part of the team that won the gold at the National Cross Country Relays just last month. We'll have to wait and see, but he has had a wonderful year because he got a silver medal at the World Road Running Mile last month too. What
a year it's been for him, and what a rise as the distance project coming up into that.
Absolutely. Well, a wonderful day, 13 races. Rosie, your favourite moment, perhaps your favourite win or race or position?
Oh, favourite moment, that's a difficult one. Megan Keith's race absolutely stand out for me. That was fantastic. Brilliant. Inez Fitzgerald, always breathtaking to watch. There's no other word really for it other than just outstanding. But this race, fantastic. Yeah,
for me, I think Megan Keith, dominant, very compelling display from her. She bodes well for the GB team, but I think Hugo Milner, for a man, nobody would have really put their hat on winning this or getting amongst the top four, even the top 10 perhaps, has come back to form in absolute style to take the senior men's win. But that is it from the British Athletics Cross Challenge here at Sefton Park. We'll leave you with pictures of everybody else crossing the line, the full 1,000 field. But from myself, Scott Eban, and Rosie Timlock,
goodbye.
Thank you very much for watching. Good night.